Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see a lot of you guys here. Alex Wagnolo, good to see ya. Queen, good to see ya. I'm collecting the last bit of information, last bit of stuff that I need for today's stream before we do anything fun. So I hope you're having a great day, and if you're not, let's try to fix that today, shall we? We got some good Black history, we got some bad Black history. Posting Dyke, oh my goodness. Goodness me. Shauna, great to have you. Welcome in. I hope everyone's having a good Monday. And if you're not, it's still early for morning for me. I got my laptop here. I gotta double check some stuff real quick. Haven't really gotten any messages from my boss since Friday of last week. So I'm gonna see if I got any messages real quick. I will periodically be checking on this throughout the day. Because we have some, I got some care plans that are due that I need to make sure are good. Availability starts tomorrow. Let's do, okay. Got a message back. I'm going to answer back real quick, and then we'll go ahead, jump on this into things. Ooh. 8 to 10 should work tomorrow for a couple meetings. So if I do 8 to 10, then I get to take about an hour break, and then I get to deal with you guys after that. So let's do that. Howdy, Azov. Welcome in. I'm getting everything collected. We're going to be, oh my goodness. We got a lot of Black history to respond to today. We got Malcolm X. We got the Harlem Renaissance. I am looking at, there we go. All right. We got a good couple of things here. Good couple of reacts we're going to respond to. Now, since I'm streaming somewhere else as well, I'm going to have to make sure that I definitely stop these videos more than just let them play, because if I don't, then we will have a problem. And then after all that, we'll be sliding on in to Dragon Age. I reassembled some of the mods, so I had to go back and restart the game a little bit. So we're like a little bit further away from where we previously left off. I could talk. Previously left off. That's right, you better shout out Yazov. Not like Yazov shouts me out at all. But you damn well better shout out Yazov. Alright, got that message sent out. Looks like I'll be working a bit tomorrow. Which is good, because I need to get into this job. I need to... I'm starting to panic, Chad. Chad, I'm starting to panic. I get paid tomorrow, which is a good thing. But I'm starting to worry. Anyway. How are we doing today, guys? Hope we're doing alright. Because we're going to be jumping into some Black history. Who here knows anything about Red Summer? We've talked a little bit before. I've made references to a little bit about it before. But who has heard anything about Red Summer? I broke a nail, but otherwise fine. Alright. So, I've shown this map before. I know nothing, but Red Summer is a person or a time. It's a time. It is a time that should be remembered in Black communities. And the reason I say this is because... Oh, shit. Give me a sec. The Red Summer was one of the largest race riots in America. These are the only documented ones that happened in 1999. Omaha, Chicago, Corbin, Kentucky, Washington, D.C., Delaware, Connecticut. That's a lot. That's a lot of race riots that happened. Now, this all happened just after, I believe, the American-Spanish War. Because there were some people who had come by who were generals in that time. This was also just after... What was I going to say? Words. Words are difficult. Sorry. Let me try this again. Some of the people who documented this were majors and soldiers in World War I and the Spanish-American War. So this is one of the times in which Black people, again, served willingly, happily, trying to be viewed as equals. And were shunned because of it. This is just after World War I. Because I think World War I ended in, what, 1918? Like late 1918, I think. So we have an article here, and we have some more stuff to go view. This is one of the things they never teach you in school. So you're going to be learning quite a bit through me. I hope you guys don't mind that. What is this? Oh, the timeline. Alright. July 21st, 1951. U.S. Army Private William Henry Thompson became the first African-American since the Spanish-American War to receive the Congressional Medal of Honor for his bravery in the Korean War. During the Battle of Mensei in 1950, he stood his ground so fellow soldiers could escape easily. An enemy grenade killed him. He was one of the only 2 African-Americans to be honored in the war. I don't know how this is not related. Who gives a shit rather than someone who's just in it for a paycheck? I mean, a paycheck's nice, but no, I do give a shit. It's very important. This is not related at all. Wow. This is a misleading article, I just realized. But we'll go through it, because we're going to cover LBJ too, and LBJ is mentioned in here. I have a dog. Can I show you guys? Hang on. He didn't like being on camera. He walked to the other side. He went like, I don't want to be on that side anymore. But we'll go ahead and keep reading this. July 22nd, 1862, Lincoln announced in his cabinet. He doesn't like it when I try to show him off. He's like, no. Don't show me, no. My doggo was misbehaving this weekend. My doggo always misbehaves. But that's okay, because we love them anyway. Oh wait, 1862. President Lincoln announced in his cabinet his intention to issue a proclamation freeing slaves in the rebel states, but agreed to propose it until after a suitable military victory. Lame. Don't do that. July 22nd, 1939, James Bowen became the first African-American female judge in the United States when she was sworn to the bench of the New York City Domestic Relations Court. In college, Bowen was one of the only 2 African-American students in her class, and most of the white students ignored her. Her career advisor discouraged her from applying to Yale Law School, but she graduated in the top 20 in her class, became the first African-American woman to graduate from school. During her time on the bench, Bowen worked to help integrate child services, ensuring that probation officers were assigned without regard to race or religion. Colt, good to see ya. That's right, Diddy Kong. July 22nd, 1969, or 66, not 69, whoops. 66. U.S. District Judge Clyde Clayton issued an injunction, ordering the police of Grenada, Mississippi, to stop interfering with lawful protests, ordering them instead to protect demonstrations and requiring certain rules to be set down for the conduct of marches. This ruling followed weeks of arrest and beatings of demonstrators who had been attempting to integrate businesses in the town. July 23rd, 1890, men ambushed FMB Marsh Cook, a white Republican, in Jasper County in Mississippi, riddling him with 27 shots after he took a stand against the upcoming 1890 Mississippi Constitutional Convention, led by a white Democrat to restore white supremacy. The conversation took place anyway. The new Constitution included poll taxes and literacy tests to disenfranchise African Americans, a constitution other southern states soon initiated. This is the civics test that we've taken on stream before. Let's see. Where's the literacy test? I want to see if we can take it. Oh, how do we not find it? Right off the bat. You think you'd be able to find it. There we go. It was this one. Oh, this is Alabama. But I think it's still, I think it still counts. I have crashed? No worries. This is Alabama from 1960, so not this one, but an updated version of this. Which of the following is a state or is a right guaranteed by the Bill of Rights? Trial by jury. Not these first two, and voting is not a right. Trial by jury. The federal census of population is taken every 5 years. Oh shit, I don't remember. I think it was when there was a voice call. Oh yeah. Yeah, we had a voice. We were just sitting with chat. We were having a good time. If a person is indicted for a crime, name 2 rights which he has. A U.S. senator elected by the general election in November takes office the following year on what date? Hey, stop. Come on. Come on. Over here. Oh, there we go. If a person, let's see, a president elected by the general election, okay. Oh, a president elected at the general election in November takes office the following year on what date? Which definition applies to the word amendment? A person appointed to the U.S. Census or Supreme Court is appointed for a term of When a constitution was approved by the original colonies, how many states had to ratify it in order for it to be effective? Oh, it gets complicated. But remember, these were the tests that were given out to black voters at the time. They are ones. Communism was the type of government in U.S., Russia, England. For security, each state has a right to form a blank. The electoral vote for presidents in counting, or is counted in the presence of two bodies. Name them. Oh God. Capital punishment is the giving of a death sentence. Involuntary servitude is permitted in the U.S. upon conviction of a crime. If a state is a party to a case, the Constitution provides that original jurisdiction shall be in. Holy shit! Look how long it is. Oh. False. Every 10 years. Habeas corpus. Jan 3rd. Okay. Here are all the answers. I would have failed this, by the way. You wouldn't be allowed to fail any of this. You had to get 100% on this test to be able to vote. But anyway. July 23rd, 1900. At the excuse me. At the convening of the first Pan-African Conference in London, scholar W.E.B. Du Bois was named secretary. The goal of the conference included a global sharing of ideas to help improve the situation of those of African descent worldwide, because a lot of them were slaves. July 23rd, 1962, Jackie Robinson entered the Baseball Hall of Fame. He was voted Rookie of the Year and helped lead the Brooklyn Dodgers to 6 World Series appearances. In 1955, Robinson helped the Dodgers rally to the defeat of the New York Yankees, including a memorable steal of home past Yankee All-Star catcher Yogi Berra. Jackie Robinson, big boy. When I learned of him, personal hero. As a small child, and I appreciate him. Why do I feel like coughing? What happened? Anyway, as you can see, history got complicated real quick. Perhaps most importantly, though, is this line right here. And LBJ. But more than likely, this one right here. A stone-throwing melee between black and white citizens began after an African-American youth mistakenly swam into territory claimed by whites off the 29th Street beach in Chicago. Amidst the mayhem, the youth drowned. It was one of the 26 race riots in 1919, referred to as Red Summer. Author Cameron McRother wrote about the summer in a book of the same name. And we're going to be covering that. So, as I said, Red Summer is in context one of the worst collections of race riots in the United States. It's my fault. I didn't go to sleep last night. It's your fault. I'm assuming I did something very entertaining to keep you up all day. Daydream Beyond. We have 2 videos on Red Summer here. We also have a video on LBJ we're going to be commenting over. I don't want to be rude and miss your stream before mine, so I stayed up for you. What? You need to take care of yourself. You need to take care of yourself. You can't be staying up for me just in case. So this is a crash course of Red Summer. And I think it's worth listening to.
Hi, I'm Clint Smith, and this is Crash Course Black American History. It's no secret
Why is my camera all down
America's
here?
history regarding the treatment of Black Americans is filled with violence. And when we tell the story of Black history, one has to strike a balance. We have to be honest about the extent to which interpersonal and state-sponsored violence has shaped so much of the Black experience in this country, without falling into the trap of suggesting that Black American life.
I'm hoping I'll have enough energy to actually do my stream later, but we'll see if I pass that or not. If I don't, I will still make it to the Black Film History stream on another day. Great. Daydream Beyond, you make it sound like I'm keeping you hostage somehow. I appreciate you, and can we get a shout out to Daydream Beyond? But anyway, this is mostly for everybody else who doesn't know what Red Summer is.
It's singularly defined by that violence, and it can be hard. A lot of the episodes that we've done have been talking about the horrific things that Black people have been subjected to, and that can be exhausting.
It really can be.
For you.
This is one of the reasons why when I have to do these Black histories, like streams, I have to be in the right headspace for it, because Black history is fucking violent. It is traumatizing, and people will go like, "Oh yeah, you can't have generational trauma," and I go like, "Nah, man, this is the definition of generational trauma. Learning about the history, but you need to learn it, because if you don't learn it, if you don't know what it is, you are going to repeat it."
For all of us. But what we have to keep in mind, what I always try to remind myself, is that for so long, many of these stories about America just haven't been told at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so it is deeply important to
Absolutely.
tell a full and honest story of the violence this country has inflicted on Black Americans, so that we can better understand why this country looks the way that it does today.
I am dedicated to this collaboration, okay? I'm just starting to think Daydream Beyond likes to be in my chat. I'll be honest with you.
Part of what I hope this series does is teach you all many of the things that I never learned in school, but things that I really wish that I had.
Black history goes beyond 1 month. That's the unfortunate truth. We relegate it to 1 month because, I don't know, white people, I'm assuming. I'm assuming it's because of white people. But it goes beyond 1 month. You can't tell all of Black history in the course of 30 days, or the shortest month of the year, I should say, not 30 days. The shortest month of the year.
Like our topic today. In this episode, we'll focus on the heightened levels of violence that erupted into a series of riots across the nation in 1919, also known as the Red Summer.
He's here. He's here once more. Look. See that little ball? There we go.
I want to reiterate that there will be mentions of physical violence
really doesn't
in this episode.
He really doesn't like it when I put him on the when I try to put him on the camera. I don't know why. He used to be okay with it, but he decided like I'm not gonna go on camera, except I'm gonna keep doing this, so you have to go on camera. See? Like this. What's that? Could that be the boy in a ball? Absolutely was. I didn't sleep. I just woke up too late yesterday. I need to fix my sleep schedule anyway. I'm just harassing you. It's okay. I need to fix my sleep schedule too.
The U.S. entry into World War I created two avenues of opportunities for Black Americans that hadn't been there before. Many working-age white men were...
It's because neoliberalism likes to pigeonhole minority groups into an area and then forget about them. It really does, because it's easier to handle them that way. If you go like, okay, they exist in the ghetto, they have what they need, we don't need to worry about them anymore. Even though like their history and what they needs to be addressed. He's trying again. Look, he's right there. He's trying to get my attention.
Were drafted as part of the war effort, which meant that there were many job vacancies that Black Americans could now take advantage of. The abundance of employment and housing opportunities became an additional source of motivation for Black folks looking to escape the violence and economic despair of the South. The war also allowed many Black men to fight on behalf of their country, fighting in wars to defend.
Unfortunately, they didn't get paid. Unfortunately, they didn't get paid the money that they needed. Unlike a lot of other people. You would think that if the government really cared, it'd be okay. But, you know.
Defend America remains a hotly debated subject within Black communities. Some see it as an opportunity for Black people to earn their stripes, so to speak, viewing military service as the ultimate show of patriotism and a means of showing this country that this is a place that belongs to them too.
which is an unfortunate thing that they feel they have to do. And again, it was done because they wanted to prove, they wanted to be viewed as equals.
The other side,
as I repeated earlier,
there are those who have always had this idea of black people fighting for America as absurd, posing the question, why risk your life to protect
that
a
is
country
bounced off the tree
that won't protect you?
True.
An estimated 367,000 black Americans enlisted or were drafted into service during World War I. But unfortunately, upon their return, that idea of obtaining respect in exchange for their military service didn't quite pan out the way that they'd hoped. In The Crisis, the official magazine of the NAACP, black sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois wrote in his article,
"Still glorious mustache, by the way.
We returned.
Still one of the best mustaches out there.
We returned fighting." He wrote this in May of 1919, foreboding as it
literally a month before Red Summer started.
This column could not have predicted what would ensue in the coming months. From late May to December of 1919, approximately 25 race riots took place on American soil.
Again, these are recorded ones. It's the same thing as when we covered the lynching after the Great Migration, where there was 500 recorded lynchings that occurred. We had to emphasize that these are the only recorded ones, and that they were big community events for white people, for white families to come out and just genuinely have a good time watching someone die.
People's participation in World War I and their sudden increased presence in northern cities were beginning to cause a lot of white people to panic. Many white soldiers returned home and were worried about the prospect of financial insecurity. They came back to find out that black people had filled many of the jobs at their previous workplaces and had no intention of going anywhere anytime soon. By the end of 1919, approximately 1 million black Americans had fled the South for northern cities.
This is part of the Great Migration. Remember, the Great Migration went from right around 1860 to 1870 to the 1950s, just before people were marching for civil rights. And that's where a bunch of people were trying to move north out of the South, where they were continuing to be oppressed.
Between 1910 and 1920, the black population in Chicago grew by 148%, and in Philadelphia by 500%.
It's a lot.
Things were changing, and not in a way that everyone liked. Many white people were beginning to panic, and a campaign of terror emerged from this panic.
Yep.
Becoming an extension of the lynching epidemic in the South. But whether the violence was taking place in the North or in the South.
So again, these are recorded lynchings. Once more, don't forget there were also private ones that weren't recorded, or people just randomly just didn't address any of them.
The goal was always the same: to maintain white supremacy and white economic power. In many of these bouts of chaos that were emerging, many black veterans were specifically targeted by white mobs and police officers alike. They were seen by many white people as a threat to Jim Crow and the racial order of the day. Black soldiers had returned,
which was again white supremacy,
returned from the war with the sense that they deserved more from this country that they had just risked their lives for. In Texas, a federal agent reported, quote, "One of the principal elements causing concern is the returned Negro soldier."
There he is.
Was not readily fitting back
into
his prior status of
pre-war
buddy. Times. In July of 1919, in Washington, D.C., a white woman reported being accosted by a young black man. A suspect was quickly arrested, but he was soon released from custody.
This is not Emmett Till,
After
by the
his
way.
Release, the press started fanning the flames of the incident. Mobs began to assemble.
People will often confuse this with Emmett Till. This is way before Emmett Till. This was just one of many accounts that occurred at the time where people were just randomly accusing black folk of violating them in some way and then getting them lynched. Hey, APWW, welcome in. We're covering Black history.
and a riot ensued. More than 150 residents were either murdered or injured. The poet, activist, and NAACP Field Secretary James Weldon Johnson, who coined the term Red Summer in the NAACP Crisis magazine, wrote, "I knew it to be true, but it was almost an impossibility for me to realize as a truth that men and women of my race were being mobbed, chased, dragged from streetcars, beaten, and killed within the shadow of the dome of the Capitol, at the very front door of the White House."
Some of these, especially like James Weldon here, were quoted during the civil rights movement. Specifically because it was, hey, this is unacceptable behavior for a member of, somebody of the United States. A citizen of the United States. But people just let it go. People just didn't mind it for whatever reason. Well, I mean, we know what for reason, but they just let it go. It wasn't effective for them until it started just disrupting their life.
After refusing to send in troops before, on the 5th day of unrest, President Woodrow Wilson finally stepped in and sent nearly 2,000 soldiers into the city to end the violence. But not even a week later, on July 27th,
there we go,
the nation's attention turned to Chicago. Unlike the preceding riot,
the trigger to this
melee was no rumor.
It's worth getting angry about.
Eyewitnesses to this truly tragic event.
It's worth getting angry about. Honestly, if it didn't boil your blood talking about it, even thinking about it, there's a problem. Like, that's a deep problem for yourself. Why does his voice sound familiar? I don't know.
On a beach at Lake Michigan, 17-year-old Eugene Williams took a ride on a homemade raft and drifted into the whites-only section of the beach by accident. A white man began throwing stones at him, hit him in the head, sent him into the water, and he drowned.
Oh, wow. The article I read made it sound like the black kid was the one that started this. Of course it would make it sound like the black kid was starting this. It's almost like if you're black, there is an inherent bias for you being viewed as more violent than other people.
This caused an uproar. A few hours after Eugene's body was finally brought to the shore, a crowd of nearly 1,000 outraged witnesses assembled on...
Sounds like a reasonable reaction to a kid drifting too close to your beach spot. Yeah, exactly. Just fucking drown that kid. Especially if he's black, fuck him. Just drown his ass. Who's gonna bother picking him? Who's gonna bother dragging him out, you know?
On the beach waiting for him. Black bystanders
just murder, exactly.
Demanded that the man who threw the stones be arrested. For them, Eugene's death was the last straw. In his book, Occupied Territory, Policing Black Chicago from Red Summer to Black Power, historian Simon Balto explained that this was right in the middle of a 4-year reign of terror where white supremacists bombed 58 homes to keep black people from pioneering.
Oh shit, I didn't even know about that one. I didn't know about that. Literally just fucking bombing people's homes. Hey, you know what happens when your home burns down? It takes a lot of money to get another home. Just pure... White people in lynching stories are literally they are, though, but they can justify it. And it was a big, community event for them. Oh, yeah, I got a pin here. For some reason, the pin doesn't show up too well on screen. It says soft like mochi. But no, when you listen to these lynching stories, you gotta wonder what the actual fuck were white people doing at these times. Because it's just fucking chaotic evil. But here's the thing. Look at all those houses that were burned down. This is just specific houses burned down. This is not talking about other property damage that occurred at the time.
Pioneering is a term that describes black American families in the early 20th century who moved into all-white neighborhoods. That day, at Lake Michigan...
But more than enough? Hey, one is more than enough, all right?
They took no action. And that's when the fighting began and exploded beyond the beachfront and into the city.
Look at
White
that.
men rode into Chicago and shot up black homes and black businesses. White mobs formed and began beating black people on the street and setting fire to black homes.
There's no way you can justify shit like this. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's no way you can describe any of this and make it sound reasonable nowadays. Oh, well, if the blacks just were at their spot, these are just random innocent black people that had no ties to anything going on, and their entire livelihood was burned the fuck down. There's no way you can justify any of this.
When local authorities failed to come to the aid of black people, black veterans stepped in.
There we go.
Forming their own militias.
A well-regulated militia.
A local armory to get weapons so that communities could adequately defend themselves as the violence raged on. Only heavy rain and the intervention of the Illinois National Guard were able to bring the week-long assault to a stop. By the end, 38 people had been killed, 23 of whom were black. Nearly 1,000 black homes had been burned down, and 500 people, again, mostly black, suffered severe injuries. NAACP investigated...
Oh, dang, I'm late. It's okay, Van Deal. It's okay. We're learning about the Black Summer. I knew a bit about it, but I wanted to learn more about it with you guys. And this is only in Chicago, by the way. This is not talking about the other riots across the world.
Walter White.
The world. America, not the world. America is the world at this point. Fuck it. I said what I said.
Stated later, the Chicago riot taught me that there could be as much peril in a northern city when the mob is loose as in a southern town. Black self-defense units emerged out of necessity across the United States as riots surfaced. Multiple other major cities
I broke things,
would report race riots in 1919 as well.
There we go.
Among these were Omaha, Nebraska, Elaine, Arkansas, and Charleston, South Carolina. During each of these, a disproportionate number of black people were killed and injured. Some newspapers suggested that the uprisings and black resistance to white violence was being caused by...
How do you function day to day in a world as a normal person, and then just on a dime you can be like, yeah, sure, let's fucking kill some people? No clue. No clue. This was also during Prohibition, so these people were like, wait, no, this is before Prohibition, isn't it? This is just before Prohibition. So I have no clue, honestly. There's nothing I can use to justify this. These people are like, oh yeah, sure, this is completely reasonable. Them uppity blacks need to be fucking taught a lesson. Let's beat the ass. Like, just kill people, burn down houses.
Soviet and socialist propaganda. But it didn't take propaganda for black people to see what was happening all around them. A total of 3,436 people.
Periodic bouts of psychopathy, yeah. My sister can be very problematic when it comes to racial things. They piss me off a lot. Which is wild because the younger one is half Dine, Navajo. But she thinks that makes it okay for her to say fucked up shit. Sometimes half of our extended family is Dine too. And we have people, that are black Hispanic. Huh. Be surprised. By the way, this is insane. Before and after this, there was another 2,000 people lynched. Wait. Holy shit, 400 of them were not white. Or were not black. I'm laughing at that because it's fucked up. 400 people during this period were not black and were lynched. Is two syllables. Dine. Maybe. I'm trying, okay? I can't pronounce other names. Short I. Shit, man. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm like thinking about it now.
Mispronounced once, in fact, so make sure to stay tuned for those. How do you say it? Dine.
That's dine. That's not the word. Like hit or bit. And the E is like met. It's a two-syllable word. I like hit or E. D is like met. The vowels shorten the duration during the English. It's not pronounced dene. Almost like dinner, but the E is pronounced Dinah. That actually makes sense. Dinah.
Dinne.
Dinne. Okay. It's how that E is pronounced. That E fucks me up.
Between 1889 and 1922. 3,038 of them
Thank you for correcting
were
me.
black. An October editorial in the New York Times proclaimed, "Persistence of unpunished lynchings of Negroes fosters lawlessness among white men imbued with the mob spirit and creates a spirit of bitterness among Negroes. In such a state of
I wonder
public
why.
mind, a trivial incident can precipitate a riot." In 1918, Representative L.C. Dyer of Missouri introduced the Dyer Anti-Lynching Bill, the first of 200 anti-lynching bills to be introduced in the United States throughout the
So
course
it's
of its
A?
history.
Yeah, I thought I...
But it is important to note
Okay.
that since 1918, no anti-lynching legislation has ever been passed. And as of this filming, in 2021, still nothing.
Hey, we should probably pass anti-lynching laws. Because I'm pretty sure there's been lynchings in America recently. Fuck, what was that that black jogger who was running and just then got lynched by just two randos who thought he was a criminal? There've been so many random people just being killed by just like rando dickheads. Because they think he's a criminal. The construction site guy? Yeah. Dude was just jogging through. And these two people thought he was guilty of a crime. Because he jogged through a construction site. And decided that, yeah, we're just going to kill him. Ahmaud Arbery? Yes. Yeah. They decided, like, oh, yeah, we're just going to kill him. And they ran him down in a truck and shot him. Yeah, sure. The people were charged, but what was it? Just Travis Michael, Gregory McMichael, and William Bryan. Hey, Dar, we're talking about Black history and like lynching, apparently. Like their entire reasoning was he looked kind of like a criminal. And then, like always, you got people justifying it by going, "Oh, he had theft and trespassing incidents charges," as if that fucking justifies anything. As if that's as if that clears other people of murdering. I blame right-wing propaganda shit for what's wrong with my sisters because they never used to be like this when they were younger. Then after 2016. That's like 2016 broke the brain of a lot of people. I could send you in the same vein. You should. We're gonna be looking at some cold cases later, so don't worry. And then probably playing Dragon Age.
In 1939,
Yeah, that's the thing. 2016 broke a lot of people. It's fucking crazy how it broke so many people.
jazz singer Billie Holiday performed what would become an iconic song, written by Abel Meeropol, that captured the terror of black lynchings. Southern trees
I was
bear
one of those people.
strange fruit.
I was close. I was very close to being one of those people. Same in the UK, to be fair. I mean, you also had Brexit to contend with, which is like a horrific event in and of itself.
Blood on the leaves and blood at the root. Black bodies swinging in the southern breeze. Strange fruit hanging from the poplar trees.
Who was it?
The red summer of 1919
Billy something? Billie
shows
Holiday.
us how much
It was Billie Holiday. I'm not going to play the whole song, but I'm going to play some of that song. Just so you guys hear it. Strange fruit. Hydrate? All right. Oh, it's all muted. My bad. Well, a lot of this media has been pumped since, well, in America. I can only talk about America. A lot of this media has been pumped since 9/11. Oh, yikes! Yeah, I figured it was gonna be yikes. Maybe that was why I never really wanted to talk to you before recently, because I remember some of those yike comments. Thank you for the posture check. Oh, and a stretch? Alright. How long have you been watching Dave? I've been watching on and off for a long time, since like the old War Corps days. Daria, wonderful to see ya. Oh shit, alright. Wonderful to see you, Daria. It's been a while. I hope you had a great day. Sorry, no, it's cool. You don't need to apologize. Look, acknowledging is all it needs to be. Like, that's the only thing. I sort of escaped from that nonsense when I took some humanitarian classes in college. Women's studies did a lot of good for me. Alright, for me, it was fucking Sargon talking about how the civil rights protests were never inconveniencing anyone, and I went like, wait a second, I know about black history. Maybe my entire worldview is wrong because this one dickhead on the internet was saying that the civil rights protest didn't inconvenience anybody, and how Kwanzaa was made up. No, you didn't. I wasn't talking. I was just like, what? I was just absorbing it for a long time there. APWW.
White Americans across the country.
Carl did a good job. Yeah. Damn, I only started rewatching because of Jake and the Clock Saga. I admire your fortitude for enduring so long. I'm dying. Sargon pushing Brexit, that was a start. Yeah. Moving to Spain has been a process. I would expect you're moving to Spain. That's a long move.
Pushed back against the prospect of black people beginning to intrude on their spaces and demand rights that
we just enjoy having you around.
Only belong to them. In addition to the implementation of Jim Crow laws that became codified and formalized over time, white mob violence sent the message to black people that...
Well, when War Corps was removed, this is when I stopped watching. And then I found Dave again through... I forget where I found him again through. It wasn't through Jake. It was through something else. But, oh well. Bloody Brexit had been making it... Yeah, true. And just ask why he does it. I've only seen Puderpack say anything positive about him. I have no clue. I should ask him too. Is that move Spainful? Damn it, Dargash. That's a good one. The closest I got was a true centrist phase for a few months. Fair. For me, my best friend growing up were black and Hispanic and lived in racist towns. I had to see all kinds of fucked up treatment and defended my friends from fuckheads so much. So it was just ingrained in me. Yo, I get you. Technically, all holidays are made up. Doesn't make them unimportant. True. People act like this shit was forever ago. My grandmother grew up in Elwood, Indiana in the 1950s. Exactly. The idea that things like... Get away from there. The idea of things like the Red Summer or civil rights or literally anything else I could list off the top of my head, black coding laws, was forever ago. Don't seem to realize there are people that are still alive from that time. What is it? Not Rosa Parks. Ruby? We just saw one of the Black Panthers have a birthday. Sundown Town. Look at the Sundown Town shit too. Yes. I hardly grew up with Ruby Bridges also. She's like 90 now, isn't she? She's still alive. How old is Ruby Bridges? Give me a sec. How old is she? 70. It was only 70 years ago. People are still alive from that time. But for some reason, people like to dismiss it as so long ago because it's not they don't exist in like the internet mind space for history, where everything needs to exist like a week ago for it to be important. Hey, buddy. Is younger than my mom. Damn. Holy shit. I hardly grew up with blacks and Hispanics. We had more Turkish and Arab people where I'm from. That's fair, Daria. I don't think there was a single black kid in my school. Oh, man. I remember being the only black kid at schools. My mom went to school with Donald Marshall Jr. Hell yeah. Ruby is younger than your mom. Sugar Crash, how old are you? I think my mother was super traumatized by a lot of crazy shit she grew up with. I think that's why she's always been super anti-racist. She's a conservative Christian and a total boomer in most other ways. But she's always been super based when it comes to racial stuff. So I didn't realize how bad my family was in terms of racial stuff until I started visiting my family down in the Virgin Islands and hearing stories from their perspective in regards to like when Mama Raptor was being courted by Papa Raptor. There was one black kid at school when I went there. It's so much more diverse now. Hell yeah. 46? Okay. Aging like a fine wine.
They needed to stay in their place. But black people didn't just stay in their place. Despite the violence they faced from what must have seemed like every direction, black folks kept working, kept advocating, and kept pushing to live in the sort of world they knew that they deserved to live in. And no assault, no violence, or mob was going to stop that.
Hell yeah.
As James Weldon Johnson once wrote,
hell yeah.
I will not allow one prejudiced person, or 1 million, or 100 million.
I just turned 40, so I'm getting there too. Hey, look.
I will not let prejudice.
Look, all of you are hotties in my chat, okay? Every single one of you are hotties in my chat. Age is but a number as long as you are over 25.
Bear me down to spiritual defeat. My inner life is mine, and I shall defend and maintain its integrity against all the powers of hell. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Crash Course is made with the help of all these nice people, and our animation team is Thought Cafe. Crash Course is possible with the help of all the people who bought the two.
My point still stands. All right, let's do some slightly good. Let's do some slightly better. Well, actually.
Hi, I'm Clint Smith.
Where was it? We'll let a white guy talk about it for a second. Let's get the white perspective.
If we must
correct, 26 is when you are no longer a literal child. Yeah, a literal fetus. That sexy, fully developed frontal lobe. We're gonna get a white guy's perspective on it and see if it's based or not.
Die. Let it not be like hogs, hunted and penned in this inglorious spot, while round us bark the mad and angry dogs, making their mock of our accursed lot. Like men, we will face the murderous, cowardly pack.
I think too, my primary school, a bunch of Asians and Roma too, though. That's cool, though.
But fighting back. Claude McKay wrote the poem If We Must Die after a series of attacks against black Americans in the United States in the summer of 1919. Author James Weldon Johnson coined the term Red Summer to describe those events. A century ago, hundreds of black Americans were killed in attacks all across the country, and yet the nation has built few memorials to those.
I seem to be an anomaly in chat. I grew up in western Memphis, in a mostly black area. I grew up all over the place, but when we were in the States, I grew up in like Raleigh, in downtown Raleigh. So I grew up with a lot of black people. And then we moved around a ton. Are a choice? Yeah, he's got the bow tie and glasses. But we're getting a white guy's perspective on the Red Summer. All right, and hopefully it's based. We'll see.
Was dead. The Red Summer of 1919 deserves to be remembered. 1919 was
Better
somewhat
get
of a
tuned in
turning point for
at the
United
end.
States.
At the end of every video, he goes, boop, boop.
The First World War ended in November 1918. Veterans returned to America that was rapidly changing. Women would soon gain the right to vote, and prohibition would begin an experiment in banning alcohol. The Army,
I haven't seen a black person IRL
some black regiments were put under French command because
Damn.
white American officers were not comfortable commanding black troops.
Hey, the French are white too, so that's certainly a choice. That I didn't know about that one. That's a good detail that was missed. White officers were uncomfortable commanding black troops, so they just gave them to French officials. As when, like, you guys can command these people. I don't want to. That's fucking wild. I don't think SLS is white as fuck. Probably. I'm a Navy brat. My dad retired when I was in 8th grade. When we were in Florida, Illinois, I was in a really diverse class, and then all of a sudden, a small town Wisconsin. It was a culture shock. Yeah, I remember that. That you did know about? I did not.
Many white Americans blamed the coming tragedy on the French for treating black soldiers as equals and planting ideas in their heads. Called soldiers of democracy, black veterans came back to the United States ready to demand civil rights. W.E.B. Du Bois wrote,
You want to throw it or not?
We return from fighting. We return fighting. For black Americans, 1919 marked 300 years.
Not ideas, no! Exactly.
The first African slaves were brought to the
Fucking
American
ideas,
colonies,
man.
and they had begun to start calling for change.
Not change.
1919 was a time
Not change, no!
of anxiety in the United States and the world. The First World War had ended, but other social movements and economic conditions contributed to an anxious time. Inflation was rising. Labor strikes were common. In Russia,
The Great Depression came and ruined everything even more for people.
Bolsheviks had overthrown the Tsar. Americans feared Bolshevik agitation might come to their shores. Anarchist bombings were common. The economy was in flux, and in northern cities. While
Ideas and
residents were afraid
change.
of the new black migrants, bringing economic competition. The Great Migration would eventually send millions of black Americans to the industrial
Cheers.
North and Midwest, fleeing violence,
Cheers, looking at you,
segregation,
kid.
lack of economic opportunity in the South. Unfortunately, they were sometimes greeted with the same in places where they relocated. While they were at
I remember once my mom saying how proud she was I didn't treat people differently based on skin. Only for me to now see her repeating every Republican racist thing. Yeah, that's happened, man. Like I said, 2016 broke people's brains. Something about the Trump election and how it affected everybody else across the globe, not just in the United States, fucking just turned everyone super racist. And I don't know why. No clue. I cannot describe it. Get pumped full of every part of World War I and World War II history. That doesn't make us look bad. Doesn't make us look bad.
first unconcerned, Southern employers eventually worried about the loss of cheap labor.
That's my Lenin cheer emote in response to worker strikes. Good.
On the tide of the Exodus. From spring into fall of 1919, these tensions exploded into
The Brits don't even like other white people, dude. That's right. The Brits colonized everybody.
Series of violent episodes that killed hundreds of black Americans. Served as a wake-up call, but it also spurred a movement in which blacks in America fought back, sometimes for the first time. An early episode of violence occurred in Jenkins County, Georgia, in April. A black church party was interrupted when two white officers arrested a black man named Edmund Scott for possession of a pistol. A wealthy black farmer named Joe Ruffin offered to pay his fine, but the officers demanded cash instead of a check.
Ooh.
When Ruffin tried to pull Scott to the car, an officer struck Ruffin with his pistol, which discharged, knocking Ruffin unconscious. Ruffin's son, an Army veteran, thinking his...
Hey, that seems like a really bad thing to do. Me being from Germany, and one of them Europeans.
father was dead, shot and killed one of the officers in retaliation. In the ensuing gunfight, the second officer was wounded
And salty is too
beaten to
spicy.
death.
Yep.
As news spread,
Damn those swarthy Dutch. Stealing jobs. Unable to season their food properly.
It was described as hundreds of white men rushed into the town, bent on revenge. Joe surrendered to the local sheriff, who protected him from a mob bent on lynching. But the mob caught and lynched two of his sons, as well as another black man who had been in the area.
Jesus.
They also burned the church and 6 other black churches, as well as 3 black Masonic lodges in the area.
Literally
Ruffin was led to
fucking
another-
deciding to go on full-on fucking race riot immediately after this dude goes, hey, I think you killed my dad. I'm upset by that. Jesus.
County by the sheriff and put in jail there. Repeated attempts to try him for murder.
That's a murder attempt? Yeah, exactly.
But he was left impoverished from his legal expenses. Moved to South Carolina, as it would not have been safe in Georgia. No charges were ever filed against any of the men who killed Ruffin's sons or destroyed property. On July 19th, in Washington, D.C., a white woman was jostled on the street by two black men. One of the men was questioned by police and released, but a rumor started among some white Army veterans that the man had committed rape. A white mob started
Oh, they just straight up lied about him. Okay, that makes even more sense.
4-day riot, attacking and beating hundreds of black individuals and damaging businesses.
That's so upsetting, actually.
When the city's police refused to intervene, black Americans fought back and defended their...
You dare call us on our premeditated murder? Well, we'll accuse you of graping, and we'll burn your house down. Was highly spiced. Cornish food still is. Nice. I didn't know that. I make fun of all white people for not spicing their food.
Neighborhoods with firearms. There were shootings and attack from both sides, as President Woodrow Wilson finally said...
This is all some Emmett Till level shit. This is before Emmett Till. This is like a couple decades before Emmett Till. It wasn't uncommon. I think Emmett Till was just the youngest it happened to.
200 Army troops to intervene, although heavy summer rains may have done more to quell the riot than the troops. When it finally
it's a rackerist, you're right.
As many as 40 people had died from gunshot wounds or in street fights. At least 150 were injured. In Chicago, Illinois, a week-long riot was set off on July 27th when a black teenager named Eugene Williams, hanging onto a makeshift raft, unknowingly floated into the white part of an unofficially segregated Southside beach on Lake Michigan. A white man threw rocks at Williams and other black swimmers to drive them away. Williams was hit in the forehead, knocking him into the water, where he drowned.
Oh, you'll ban me? Yaz off your band.
When black witnesses tried to get the man who threw the rock arrested, the police did nothing.
He has white friends, exactly.
A fight broke out between white and black mobs.
Look, I've dated a white woman before. It's okay. I can't be racist.
And spread into 5 days of general rioting. While there was violence on both sides, the vast majority of the acts of murder, arson, and property damage were perpetrated by white gangs against black residents on Chicago's South Side.
Damn. It's almost like white people really wanted to commit murder. I don't know why. Especially against black people.
Police did little to protect the black neighborhoods, and the state's attorney accused the police of arresting African-American rioters while refusing to arrest white rioters. Illinois was forced to call in the militia to restore order. 23 black and 15 white residents were killed in the rioting. 500 more were injured. More than 1,000 black
almost as if they're all huge racists.
Due to arson.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Hey, well, look at this. Thousands of black people were left homeless due to arson. Hey, you know what happens when your house burns down? You end up homeless and are unable to generate generational wealth.
The black men who fought back in D.C. and Chicago were often returning veterans of the First World War. They had military training, were ready to defend themselves and their families. It marked a difference from riots of previous years when blacks were attacked and mostly could not or did not defend themselves. The violence made one veteran, Harry Haywood, say he realized, I had been fighting the wrong war. The Germans weren't the enemy. The enemy was right here at home.
Was the Watts.
Economic tensions also impacted events at a riot.
Imagine inheriting a property. Exactly. Imagine inheriting property and money. Must be great, yeah. Imagine having family that can help you pay bills.
In Omaha, Nebraska at the end of September. 2 years previous to the riot, a local meatpacking plant had brought in black workers as strikebreakers, and that had caused tension between them and white working-class people of the town. When a black man was accused of raping a white woman, a mob of as many as 10,000 descended on the courthouse, demanding the police turn over the man. The mob set fire to the courthouse and captured and tried to hang the mayor. They also destroyed private property, attacking black neighborhoods and stores. Eventually, the police, surrounded in the burning building, had no choice but to hand the man, named Will Brown, to the mob, who lynched him and burned his body.
Literally assaulting the police officers just to lynch a dude. What the fuck? That is some white privilege shit right there. Surrounding a goddamn police station, demanding one black guy so that you can kill him and burn him. What the shit? What the shit? housing in like the last 12 years of their lives. That makes sense.
A young Henry Fonda witnessed the lynching and said it had a profound effect on him. Federal troops finally quelled the riot. 120 people were arrested for their involvement, but most were never successfully prosecuted, and all were eventually released without serving prison sentences. The deadliest episode in the Red Summer started September 30th in Elaine, Arkansas.
Dropping the server? We'll check it out later.
Sharecroppers was meeting with farmers to discuss how to obtain fairer settlements from white landowners, who they argued had been exploiting the farmers. The planters did not want to pay higher wages, and rumors insinuated that communists were behind the unrest, affecting larger tensions in the United States.
I'm sorry. There's something funny about this. The farmers are going like, you want higher wages? Communism. Communism. Communism's right off the bat. What the fuck?
States, as many Americans feared the Russian Revolution was coming to their shores. When two armed white deputies showed up at the meeting, they clashed with armed Union guards. It's never been determined who shot first, but a white deputy was killed.
I'm assuming white people.
Called for a posse to arrest those responsible for the killing. Spurred by rumors and sensational headlines about a planned insurrection, a mob of over 1,000 white men descended on the county, indiscriminately killing black men, women.
Just 1,000 white men just coming in and killing everybody. God damn. Just imagine being that fucking psycho. I have no idea how these people live with themselves or why they did it. Just imagine being that fucking crazy. What's the time frame here? This is the 1919. So this is before what's it called? You know, when you couldn't drink booze. I can think of words. It's okay. But just imagine coming in and going like, yeah, we're just going to fucking kill everybody. Every colored person needs to be beaten to death.
And then children. Estimates vary, but between 100 to more than
Battle of Bird Mountain, yeah.
People
but racism doesn't. This type of racism just doesn't go away. This type of racism is deeply ingrained every time it happens. Prohibition. That's the right word. I said it earlier. I just forgot what the word was. My brain is moving 1,000 miles a second, apparently. My grandparents lost everything they had in World War II. The canteen they had got hit by a bomb, and the building with an apartment they owned. Because Dar, you lived in Germany. I understand that. That is that's very sad, actually. Jesus.
By the mob. The governor called in federal troops who disarmed both sides, but arrested and held 285 black residents.
The FBI came in and just went like, oh yeah, we're just going to arrest all the black people. Yeah, it's Tuesday again. Guess it's the day I'll murder some people before I stop at the home for milk. Yeah. I don't know what they expect to have happen. If they go out and murder all these black people, what do they expect to have happen? It's baby brain shit, honestly. They bring us over, they enslave us, and now they want to live in a system where you have black people, but they are, separate but equal. And then when black people are trying to make it better for themselves, you come in and go, no, never mind, fuck this. We're going to burn down all your shit. Used to. My grandparents were from Berlin, so a lot of stuff got lost. Yeah, I can understand that.
The governor established a committee of prominent white residents who, without interviewing any of the sharecroppers, concluded
no, not that equal. Exactly.
Socialist agitator.
That is way too equal. Also, this shit where it's fucking communist and socialist, where they keep blaming communist and socialist for black people wanting a slightly better life. Be equal, but in a different way. Yeah, exactly. These lunatics would be fascinating to study, like, in a psychiatric sense. I know they're all dead, probably, but still. Yeah, they're like, I'm wondering what is the actual thought process going through their head at this time.
Despite the widespread murders of black residents.
I know you did. Dave called you a commie recently.
An all-white grand jury indicted no white people, and instead indicted 122 black men in connection with the riot. Arkansas had used poll taxes to disenfranchise most black voters.
The racists didn't want them to be equal, though, and the rest of is complicitness or the mob mentality. True. Black, Well, then thank you for telling me that I can get the best viewers. But I'll have you know that I have some of the best viewers right now anyway, so get fucked. The racists didn't want them to be equal, though. And the rest is complicit in mob mentality. True. Black people have an economic center in Tulsa. Must be commies. Burn it down. I have been lost to socialism. Damn shame. And privilege. Yep. Sniped. Ba-bam!
Thus removing them from the jury pool, and the black men were tried by all-white juries, often accused with evidence from witnesses who were coerced, in trials where armed white mobs were outside, and sometimes even inside the courtroom.
Thank you for the posture check.
Arkansas 12 were convicted of murder, sentenced to death. Eventually, the U.S. Supreme Court vacated 6 of those convictions on the grounds that the mob atmosphere and coerced
that shitty Dargesh.
the men due process.
Hey, you said it, not me.
The other 6 were given indefinite furloughs by outgoing Governor Thomas McCrae.
I currently live in Tulsa. Do I need to resurrect the cake? Yes. If someone called me a communist, I just shrug. Like, depends on who you ask. Lamau? Yeah, pretty much.
Taking out of state.
You're a commie! Damn.
To prevent their execution. Most modern researchers discount the assertion that there was a plan.
Living in Tulsa basically makes you a commie. Can confirm.
But a conference held in 2000 to review the facts of the event found that the claim appears to be still widely believed. While these represent a few of the more violent events of the Red Summer, they are just a few of the more than 25 riots, massacres, and lynchings that occurred across the United States in the late spring into the fall of 1919.
This is not, again, there were over 3,000, almost 3,500 lynchings that occurred during this time. There were another 2,000 that occurred both after and before this. That's a lot of people that were killed. A lot of black people that were killed and had their shit stolen.
In the aftermath of the Red Summer, Dr. George Haynes, a sociologist employed by the Wilson
Sainsbury's right there.
published a report in the New York Times.
You're a commie. Thanks for noticing.
There was a call to action about the epidemic of lynchings. The report concluded that from 1889 to 1918, more than 3,000 black people had been lynched in the United States.
Was it called Red Summer because of the tension or communism? Because of the 3,000 lynchings that was occurring across the United States. Not killed, murder. Yep. They were murdered, but they're using passive language. Oh, they were killed. No, they were murdered. All right? That Peter idiot was calling me that too while him and Becky were trying to tattle on me, and Dave literally didn't even respond. I know. He has not streamed yet today. I'm surprised. We'll see what happens. Because of the blood. Yep. The speaker looks like he punched a Nazi. Hopefully he's based as hell. He's surprisingly based about this entire thing. He's not using passive language. Himself is not using passive language. He is being upfront with everything. To soften racism. Same here.
The report highlighted that states rarely prosecuted the perpetrators of the lynchings and showed little motivation to address the problem of lynchings. He warned that unchecked mob violence creates hatred and intolerance, making impossible free and dispassionate discussion not only of race problems, but questions
also
on which
Cushing exists.
differ. In such a state of mind, Dr. Haynes wrote, a trivial incident can precipitate
He's pretty based overall. Yeah, he's being remarkably based. Holy shit.
On deaf ears. The government and news media largely attempted to frame black resistance to the violence of the Red Summer as derived from socialist agitators.
Well, see, look. Socialist agitators as well. Look at these socialist agitators.
The government provided...
It's pronounced like Cushing, yeah.
Evidence to the media to support his assertion that political organizations were urging blacks to embrace communism. They said that unions were spreading propaganda to breed racial hatred and accused W.E.B. Du Bois of editorializing about...
Like a purge century? Yeah, purge century for only whites, exactly. In the United States. He's pretty awesome with stuff? Okay, so yeah, like I figured he's being pretty based about all this. I wasn't sure if I was how he was going to be about most things. Because most people who cover things like the Red Summer make it sound like it was black people's fault. Like the article that I read earlier, where it was a stone fight instead of the white people pelting stones at black swimmers.
Socialism. Others, including future FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, blame black radicals.
Basically just racist purge, yep.
Perpetrators of violence. Black newspapers like the Chicago Defender told a different story. Journalists like Ida B. Wells investigated the attacks and got the story out that black
Socialism with a hard R? Yeah. It's weird how these black people are all suddenly socialists.
were sometimes justified.
It's weird how they're all Russian agitators. I don't think they got paid 1,000 rubles, though. I'm just saying.
In fighting. There was some progress. The Supreme Court decision in Moore versus Dempsey, which effectively freed the Arkansas 12, represented a significant shift in policy towards a wider use of federal writs of habeas corpus to oversee state court convictions and represented stricter scrutiny by the Supreme Court of state criminal trials in terms of their compliance with the Bill of Rights. But the largest effect of the violence of the Red Summer was on the black community. Throughout the Red Summer, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People had been contacting government officials to raise the alarm.
NAACP.
They were mostly met with indifference, sometimes outright hostility. The NAACP had been formed after the 1908 Springfield, Illinois race riot. In those days, it was led by prominent white supporters of black civil rights. After the Red Summer, black Americans emerged as a leader.
Do they get paid $400,000 a month? Absolutely. That's why all black people are living high on the hog. There's no poverty. There's no overabundance of poverty in black communities. Nothing like that at all. All right? That's why all the black people are able to pay off when they get arrested for things, and why they feel entitled to keep breaking the law, apparently. I'm being sarcastic, if it's not obvious.
Of the NAACP and began directing the legal and political advocacy that would lead to success in the civil rights movement in the mid-20th century. By the early 1920s, membership had increased to 100,000 from just 9,000.
I need to hear you attempt to pronounce Miami, Oklahoma. I'm assuming that was not true. That's not how it's pronounced. Leftists known for their wealth. Exactly. Miami. Lowell, Miami. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Violence is largely forgotten. Even
Please don't leave. I appreciate you.
People been
I just don't know what the fuck I'm saying.
For fear that it would raise new tensions, or maybe just because they didn't want to face the past.
Hey, look at wow! That was a super base take, actually. Holy shit! Imagine what would happen if all these white people learned this history. Imagine all of these people hearing this and going, "Shit, maybe this was bad, and we should like work on equity." Who would have thought? Work hard. You are poor because you didn't try. They try and start to get wealth. Burn their shit down. Why are these people so poor? Exactly.
Chicago is hosting a number of historical events this summer to help the city remember this nearly forgotten chapter in its history.
Good.
And for the first time, 100 years later, a memorial is being built to the victims of the Elaine, Arkansas massacre, though not in Elaine, in nearby West Helena. In April, a willow tree was planted in Elaine to memorialize those victims.
Just don't be poor, forehead.
August,
exactly.
Someone came and chopped it down. A sign that not everybody wants to remember the past.
No, I'm not trying it.
There are
I'm not trying the name. No, fuck you. I'm not trying it.
very few historical markers to the violence of the Red Summer in the United States. To most Americans, it is just forgotten history. Even though it was
coward? Yes, absolutely.
An awakening.
Because every time I try, I get fucking made fun of. Weak. Wapanaka. I tried it for you.
This episode of the History Guide.
I tried it for you.
Forgotten history between 10 and 15 minutes long. And if you did enjoy, please go ahead and click that thumbs
Almost.
up button.
I don't
Do you
fucking
have any
know.
questions or comments or suggestions?
That was actually a really good take. That was a really good take on the Red Summer. Mom is a monster with a head of plenty, yet it lacks brains. Yeah, we need to continue learning this shit. Oh, here's another one. That's 46 minutes though. We're not gonna watch that. But holy shit. That was a really good video on covering more than just like the shit that happened in Chicago. Time for slightly better news though. We're some slightly good cleansing. Here's another one. We're gonna learn about the Harlem Renaissance.
Smith, and this is Crash Course Black American History. The Harlem Renaissance, also known as the
Changed my
Negro
opinion.
Movement.
By the way, the video of Mr. T and Letterman changed my opinion of him. Of Mr. T.
Was an outpouring of artistic production and expression that took place shortly after World War I and lasted into the mid-1930s. It was one of the richest, most vibrant, the most culturally generative artistic periods in American history. And the work that emerged from this period continues to shape the landscape of American arts and letters today.
Good.
In this episode, we're going to explore some of the writers, artists, and musicians who turned Harlem into a world-renowned hub.
Just like the Red Summer, we need to have King Philip's War taught to everyone as well. True. Mr. T, yeah. I might check that out. Well, obviously, that's because there was no welfare state. Obviously, of course.
Of art.
Which occurred after black people had all their shit burned. We're actually going to be covering some LBJ bullshit recently. I hear so much LBJ bullshit that I'm going, you know what? I'm going to finally fucking talk about it. I'm going to finally fucking talk about LBJ. A little bit at least. Like that's relevant. Exactly.
And culture. And delve into the factors that brought them all together in the first place. Let's start the show.
LBJ did nothing wrong.
So a few episodes ago, we discussed the Great Migration, the decades when many black Americans moved to the North for better economic opportunities.
Here's the link.
Domestic terrorism in the South. We also talked about the Red Summer of 1919, where black veterans were targeted by white supremacist groups,
man, this might be relevant.
police officers, and mobs upon their
Don't even
return
react to it. You just send me the link as if I'm gonna watch it.
More and more
Rude
people
ass.
in the black community became increasingly politicized. They were tired of being treated as second-class citizens, and many began more forcefully advocating for their civil and political rights. Large cultural shifts.
Hey, it's almost like when you oppress people, when you violently oppress people, they're going to keep trying to advocate for their own rights and keep pushing and become more and more radicalized. You should do more coverage of the drug war, too. That's been a huge catalyst for breaking up black families and communities. We absolutely will. We absolutely will, because the war on drugs ruined people. The CIA Contra conspiracy ruined black communities so much.
Can not only serve as a catalyst for social and political change,
the drug war can
but
fuck
they can
right
also
off.
spark
Exactly.
new forms of creative and artistic expression. By the time the first Great Migration was over 1.5 million black Americans had moved to the North, with 175,000 of them.
So this is right around the early 50s when the Great Migration finished, by the way.
Settling into Harlem, a single neighborhood in New York City. Even though Harlem was only 3 square miles, this influx of black Americans
It really did. It really did.
The largest concentration of black people in the world. These communities developed new forms of expression that were so unique, so moving, and so unlike anything America had ever seen before, that Harlem gained both national and international attention. And this explosion wasn't just limited
I hate it so much. Oh my goodness.
to Harlem. It also flourished in cities like Chicago, Cleveland, Los Angeles, and Washington, D.C.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. I'm so glad it spread to like Chicago.
Cleveland, Los Angeles.
Primarily black havens that all had their own renaissance because of it.
And Washington, D.C.
How many black people are in jail for possessing of weed today when so many slaves are known to abuse cocaine and other shit? Way too many. Way too many. It might be the worst thing we've ever done as a country in terms of quantity of victims and the amount of residual damage. Yep. Because it tears apart black families. And then they're forced to work. Like they're working for pennies. Pennies to the dollar in prisons because of privatized prisons. Which is where the war on drugs got a lot of its backing from.
We can separate much of the work into 3 categories: visual arts, literary arts, and musical arts. There were so many incredible visual artists who contributed to the Harlem Renaissance. One of them was sculptor Richmond Barthé.
I brought up Prisons when Dave. I need to listen to that. I was gonna listen to it yesterday, but I didn't. I need to listen to it today, and I need to fucking start the audiobook reading. So I need to do that. The only reason weed was ever a crime is racism, and also because of big ropes. Yep.
Who enrolled at the Art Institute of Chicago to study oil painting, despite not having any formal training or a high school education. While there, however, he was drawn
Like
to
Mad? Yeah, it makes me mad too, which is why I try to be careful. Watching it on stream or off. What are you talking about? Like the war on drug stuff?
And ended up creating work that portrayed the beauty of the black body. Photographer James
I'm just gonna watch it off
some of
stream.
the most complete documentation of African American life during this era.
It really is.
Especially the emerging
APWW.
black middle class.
Here, the war on drug is more class than purely race, though race is still a big factor for sure. Oh, race is one of the biggest factors in it. It is class. It is based on class. But realize when it came out, it was during the big cocaine crack, like differing between the two of them. Because crack was easier to make for poor people compared to cocaine. They had the fancy drugs. But race was definitely a factor, and Ronald Reagan is a piece of shit, and I'm glad he's dead.
In New York.
Because Ronald Reagan is also a huge fucking racist.
Aaron Douglas used Egyptian and West African sources in his art to depict segregation and race. His innovative techniques drew the attention of black intellectuals.
I'd
like
piss on
W.
his
Du
grave.
Bois,
I wish
who
I
asked
could.
him to provide illustrations for their journals. And there was Meta Vo Warwick Fuller, an interdisciplinary artist and sculptor.
Look at that fucking name. I just realized I'm just trying to pronounce that in my head, and we're like, what the fuck? That's a cool name. It was primarily created to arrest minorities and people who were against the war. True. Oh my god. The only good thing I can think about Reagan is he's only bones now. Exactly. Stature for us, but yeah. Why similar? Yeah. Fuck him. Fuck them all.
Themes. Born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, she said her work was, quote, of the soul rather than the figure. She was the first African-American woman to receive a U.S. government commission for her art. And of course,
her name is literally Meta.
Included
the fuck? It's
arts.
Meta. Yeah.
Let's go to the thought bubble. Langston Hughes was one of the most famous poets of the day. He was born in Joplin, Missouri in 1901 and lived in a variety of places across the United States, from Illinois to Ohio to New York City, where he spent a year at Columbia University. He also traveled abroad to Europe and Africa while working as a seaman. In 1926, he published his first book of poetry, The Weary Blues, while living in Washington, D.C.
We're going to have to read that on
Finished
stream.
his education
I'm going to read that on
Lincoln
stream one of these
University
days.
in Pennsylvania, which was a
The
historically
Weary
black university
Blues.
where he felt like he had more support than he did at Columbia. Langston Hughes' poetry was unique because it reflected both his personal experience as a black man living in America
Hell
and
yeah,
the
we're going to read
experiences
this.
of working class black people across the country.
I don't think it was happening in the 70s. Which one? Meanwhile, Pharma's giving out heroin to kids and cough medicine and Lundaunum to women against menstrual pains. Yeah. The best thing Thatcher did was giving the UK the new public bathroom. Reagan didn't even do that. True. Is a comfort read? I would totally read the hell out of this. But weed is going to destroy us? True. Weed is going to destroy us, guys. Just so you know.
He strived to reflect what he thought of as the authentic black experience and refused to make
If you
black
are
life
smoking the devil's
happier
lettuce,
or less painful
you're ruined.
than
I'm
it
sorry,
actually
guys.
was for so many. And because of this, Hughes had many critics. Many black intellectuals believed that Hughes was portraying black Americans.
Reefer madness,
life.
folks. Not even once.
But in his
Exactly. It's a
autobiography,
gateway drug.
Hughes responded, "The Negro critics and many of the intellectuals were very sensitive about their race in books, and still are. In anything that white people were likely to read, they wanted to put their best foot forward, their politely polished and cultural foot, and only that foot." Hughes wasn't daunted by the criticism and believed that his work showed black life and America.
Some golden
For what
goat
it
as we
was.
speak.
He wasn't interested in hiding anything from anyone. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Hughes wrote in his essay, The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain,
Ow.
quote, "We younger Negro artists who create now intend to express our individual dark-skinned selves without
I'm
fear
gonna stop
or
playing with the
shame.
boy. He keeps holding the ball
If
too
white
rough,
people
and I
are
can't do
pleased,
nothing about it.
We're glad. If they are not, it doesn't matter. We know we are beautiful and ugly too."
True.
One of my favorite poems of
As a very ugly man, I agree.
is entitled Harlem, which goes, What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run?
I don't even primarily because it gets me
Does it
immediately
stink
fired. I
like
work in
rotten
trade control. That makes sense, though, Vendio. That makes sense. Honestly, what? What? What's confusing?
Or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load.
Ugly? Maybe.
Or does it explode? Langston Hughes was one of many famous black writers during the Harlem Renaissance. In fact, there were so many that a special issue of the Survey Graphic, a social science and culture journal, was produced in 1925
Where? Here. Me.
to commemorate the impact of Harlem on the American literary landscape. It featured scholarly writings in history and sociology from some very important figures in academia and research. One was James Weldon Johnson, a lawyer, a poet.
I have a family
an
history of
activist who is
psychosis,
best
which
known
I...
for co-writing
Oh, okay. That makes
Lift
sense.
Every Voice and Sing,
I understand
which
that.
is now known as the Black National Anthem.
Hell yeah.
Additionally, he was
For those who have never heard the Black National Anthem, this is what it sounds like. Hopefully I don't get clapped for this one either. If I can pull it up. A lot of people don't know this one. A lot of people don't know the Black National Anthem. Yeah, National Anthem. But it was sung at the NFL the other day. I say the other day, like 6 months ago. People were so angry about this, by the way.
Performed by Grammy Award-winning recording artist Andra Day.
Hopefully I don't get clapped by this, NFL. Don't stalk me, please.
Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring.
We'll see if I get clapped by this. I don't think I will. It's quiet. It's turned up as high as I can get it right now. It's turned up as high as possible.
Let it resound loud as the roar being received. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us.
Ooh.
Sing a song
Ooh.
full of the hope that the
This is good. Damn. Oh, shit. Damn. All right. All right. All right. Who would have thought that black music would be good? Who would have thought? Not me. I could never imagine. Could never imagine it being good. That was a joke. I totally could. That was fucking amazing, honestly. That was actually really good. I'm glad that we watched that. I say watch, we listened to it. Because I couldn't watch it. I think the NFL would have clapped the fuck out of me if we did.
He was an active participant in the NAACP and served as its first black executive secretary from 1920 to 1930. Another writer featured in this special issue was Arthur Schomburg, also sometimes known as Arturo. Schomburg, a pioneer in the area of black history, was an Afro-Puerto Rican man
and
who developed one of the most significant collections of...
Honestly, Lift Every Voice is a significantly better fucking anthem. I'm gonna be honest with you.
printed material about the
Gonna
Black
be 100 with the
diasporic
champ.
experience in the world. His collection was acquired by the New York Public Library.
Of course, someone's blowing
The
leaves
collection
right outside the
grew into
window.
what will become the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. The famous issue of the Survey Graphic also included work from Walter
Okay, but I
White,
also forget
the
the
lynching
I
of-
also forget the words for the fucking anthem. I don't know it. I don't know by heart anymore. Fuck that shit. I used to sing it all the time though.
investigator who attempted to secure passage of a federal anti-lynching bill, as well as poems by writers like Claude McKay and Countee Cullen. McKay and Cullen were both
Read your
cornerstones
Discourse
of the
DMs
Harlem Renaissance
on
literary
stream
scene,
right now.
but with divergent approaches. Cullen, who many scholars believe was the person Langston Hughes was being critical of in The Negro Artist and the Racial Mountain essay, embraced colorblindness in his work and wrote in a prose that appealed to Eurocentric
Daydream
literary
beyond making a
sensibilities.
demand of me.
McKay, a Jamaican immigrant, proudly wrote poetry in his Jamaican dialect, in addition to what he called straight English. One of McKay's most
I don't know
famous
when
poems,
I don't know
If
when
We
I'm gonna be
Must
done.
Die,
Not on stream.
speaks to the rising sense of black militancy in many parts of the black
And they
community.
shot at our stuff,
It goes,
but
If we
that
must
was
die.
on the poll.
oh, let us nobly die, so that our precious blood
All
may
the time
not
at
be
school.
shed
Fuck
in vain.
that.
Then, even the monsters we defy shall be constrained to honor us, though dead. The editor of this historic issue of the Survey Graphic was Elaine Locke.
Don't read the
Locke.
third verse of the British national anthem. All right, look. How many of you guys were looking up that horrific thing I told you not to look up yesterday? But let's see. God Save the Queen. Where are my lyrics? It's yikes. We're looking for it. God Save the King. No, wait. That's the monarch. Let's see. I'm starting to think we might need to fix a lot of this. I gotta sneeze too. Stop asking for cookies. All right. It's not that bad. Way to salute to a Christian flag and say the pledge to it every morning. Fun fact. As well as the standard pledge too. Oh yeah, it's God Save the King now. True. Just means when you think you're gonna get done is all you know. When you're feeling ready. Daydreaming on making demands of me. Daydreaming on over there. I will respect and not read out the messages online in front of everybody. We didn't have a Christian flag in my school. I don't know what a Christian flag looked like. Might be the 4th. It's the one about crushing the Irish and the Scots. Look, you said it right there. Lucky.
The first black American to earn a Rhodes Scholarship, received both his undergraduate degree and PhD in philosophy from Harvard. He would go on to teach at Howard University and publish a book called The New Negro, a manifesto and collection of essays that embodied the spirit of the movement and expounded upon the importance of the Harlem Renaissance. Locke highlighted even more black literary geniuses, folks like Gwendolyn Bennett and Zora Neale Hurston.
Solid
Bennett
white.
was a writer,
Oh, that's creepy.
editor, and poet who studied art and education of the Urban League and published many writers during the Harlem Renaissance.
Sounds like a demand to
Hurston,
me.
who wasn't fully appreciated until after her death, was a writer known for her efforts to preserve the folklore of black Southern life. She wrote often about the nuanced experiences of black women, best exemplified
phone
in her
keep
most
going off,
well-known
Al?
work, the book, Their Eyes Were Watching God. We'll learn more about her in a few episodes. In the area of music, blues and jazz revolutionized the American landscape. Blues women singers such as Ma Rainey, known as the mother of the blues, and Bessie Smith, known as the Empress of the Blues, used their remarkable voices to express their highs, their lows,
As
their
they
challenges,
should,
and their
damn.
victories, making their way through the United States as black women. They especially focused on the stories of working class
I've only seen the
black
one.
life.
Okay.
And
I've
both
only seen
women
the one with a
also
white cross
played
on
an
a blue
important
field.
role in exposing larger
Sounds like
audiences
St. Andrew's Cross.
to the music coming
Oh,
out.
I don't know anything about
of
this.
black
This is
communities.
beyond me. This is all new
Another
lore to
important
me.
jazz musician during this period was Duke Ellington.
Hey,
helped
I know
hockey-
Duke Ellington. I posted a photo and just chatting. All right, let's look. Oh, okay.
popularized big band style jazz music.
And then Elvis came along and stole their music. Yep. It happens a lot. Everyone wants to be black until it's time to actually be black. You know what I'm saying?
In the United States, and produced many concerts at Carnegie Hall in New York City. Other legendary musicians of the era included Eubie Blake.
I hear a lot of people try to give Elvis wiggle room, and like, oh yeah, Elvis was really outspoken about black issues. Why are you posting it in this chat right now, Daydream Beyond? I was just giving a shit. There's not a demand. It's a very nice quest, sure. Dude in a relationship with a minor, fuck that. Yeah, dude in a relationship with a minor, and they went like, oh yeah, he was super spoken about black issues because he donated money to the NAACP. And I'm going, no, he wasn't. Or he wasn't racist, but he wasn't as open as what he should have been, and like promoting black musicians. He did publicly laud black musicians, but it wasn't like to the point of going, no, hey, go enjoy them. Dude was openly racist on stage in front of black musicians. Yeah. Like, he was still a piece of shit.
One of the first black Americans to compose a major Broadway musical. And Billie Holiday, whose song Strange Fruit is credited with being the first protest song of the Civil Rights era.
He promoted them with exposure. Yeah, he stole their music without credit and then fucking promoted them with exposure, or like paid them in exposure. Wonderful. Perfect. Even.
In fact, many modern forms of music are influenced by blues and jazz, including rock, pop, country, and hip hop. We are just scratching the surface of the artistic outpouring of the Harlem Renaissance. There are so many artists that we could have talked about today, and more that we'll talk about in the episodes to come. But what's clear is that black Americans have made countless contributions to the cultural, artistic, musical, and literary landscape of this country.
The best way to pay black musicians. Literally just fucking pay them in exposure.
Everywhere.
There was an instance of him walking on stage singing black musicians with backup performers and commented with each of his smiles, smells like catfish in here. Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
And as a writer like myself, I know that my work is only possible because of the path that was laid by these remarkable people. And who knows, maybe I'll start painting or pick up a little bit of trumpet playing on the side. Or maybe not. Thanks for watching.
Giving himself some shit.
Crash Course is made possible with the help of all...
We're gonna cover more Harlem Renaissance stuff eventually. But I'll show this video because it's relevant. I guess Dar could, Are you actually implying that a celebrity isn't who they pretend to be on stage? I shan't believe these lies. Exactly, you shouldn't. Here is Mr. T speaking truth on the Letterman Show.
My first guest makes his acting debut in Rocky III, and if you've seen the film, you know that he isn't an easy guy to forget. If you haven't, you'll soon see why. Please welcome Mr. T.
People give him wiggle room because he could have been worse, but that doesn't make him good because back in my day, that was radically accepted. Exactly. It's like how people go, oh, well, it was at the time. Slavery was normal. That's what was accepted. And I'm going, motherfucker, people back at the time, during the era of slavery, were going, no, this is unacceptable.
You make an impressive entrance. Before we get started,
know that some of the audience laughed at how bullshit they are for doing that. Yep. Like my boy John Brown. Yep.
We're so frightening in that motion picture. Have you acted before, or was that just you we were watching there?
Well, the character calls to be hungry, and I've been hungry all my life, so what no problem.
He doesn't beat you.
Because
your husband's so great, he doesn't beat you.
Symbolic of my struggle. I'm born in the ghetto and raised on welfare, so that's what sort of the character was about.
Yeah.
A lot of people mistake him for being mean and hateful. He don't hate, he's just hungry. He's been pushed aside so long. Here he's the #1 challenger, and still he don't get a shot at the title, so that makes a guy mad.
Yeah.
So that's where I've been lost a lot of jobs and things like that.
What kind of jobs were you like secretarial work, I'm guessing, is out. That's you don't. I just.
Ooh, he didn't like that joke. Maybe it's the tism clashing, but I don't think he liked that joke. The change, though, he was presenting. But he wasn't in character. He was speaking like from the heart. Mr. T insisted on drinking milk for the A team to promote children drinking milk. He wanted to be a good role model for kids. Yeah, especially black kids. Yeah, he has a reason for the chains. He did not care for that joke, from what I understand.
Just a joke. Yeah.
Ooh, stress ball. I don't think his legal first name is Mr. He's pissed. I think he is.
Now that's why I'm squeezing this ball, because so I won't get too mad. I was mad last week. I was supposed to come on, and I'm a very impatient guy. A lot of things I could be doing. So I come here. I said, so in case he get to telling them corny jokes, I'm gonna squeeze this ball. If I squeeze the ball too many times, if you see me squeeze the ball over 10 times, that means cut the jokes. I done squared about 6 times already.
Oh,
6.
He's ready to get up and fucking leave. Holy shit.
We're up to 6. So we have
Smack it with the ring hand, yeah.
Now you're just. Let's explain what happened last week. You were scheduled to be on the show, and we ran out of time. I know what it was. It was the elevator races.
Right. That really made me mad.
Really? Were you actually angry about that?
Oh, I'm very mad. Some man, I believe it.
What? Didn't he wear the chains because? I'm gonna look this up because I don't want to lie. But wasn't he a bouncer before this? I'm pretty sure he was a bouncer before this. Don't waste time, people. Yeah, he was a bouncer before this, and I'm pretty sure he started wearing the chains because he. Oh, okay.
And see, like the tattoo on my arm, TCB. I believe in taking care of business. I came here to do the show. Mr. T do not like to wait for nothing.
Yeah.
And nobody.
Well,
he was a good one too. Yeah.
Apologize for any inconvenience, and we're glad that you didn't squeeze it again.
That's what I understand.
That's 8 times. You got 2 more times.
8 times.
It's okay. It's okay because he's paying me for it, so it's all right. So.
That's right. Yeah. And
as long as I'm getting paid for it.
No, this is super uncomfortable with me too. Like, I'm surprised he didn't just get up and leave with that first joke.
I need the money to help buy my mother a house and to help build a community center for the kids in Chicago.
Oh.
People in Chicago. That's what I'm about. So all the money I get on these shows, and I save the money and give to the people who really need it. A lot of people are out of work and don't have jobs, so they can use the money.
Now let me, for people who may not, do we want to take a look at the movie now, or do we have time? We'll do it after the commercial. Okay, for people who may not have seen the film yet, and as I mentioned before, you did an outstanding job because the character is very frightening.
Try to get the jokes out, yeah. Because they all want to be. They all want to be comedians. It's fucking great. The audience and hosts are fucking. I forgot how fucking cool Mr. T was. At all before this, yeah, he's just trying to get through it.
T, what we're gonna look at?
No, I think it might be the scene with this at the steps when they're giving him a.
Right. They're giving Rocky an award, and Mr. T sort of interrupts in the proceedings. And take a look at the monitors here, and at home, as always, use the TV. Very impressive. Now we have just a brief amount of time. We're going to go away from.
I like the socks. They add a certain something. They break up his outfit quite a bit, but I like his socks too. Up over the pant leg though is a little extreme.
Commercial. We'll be back, and I want to talk about your name first of all. Is that your real name?
Well, if Pope John Paul II was come here, would you ask him what his real name was?
Well. But you have to admit, it's an interesting name, Mr. T.
Right, well, I changed it because I wasn't given respect before. People have a tendency to always constantly call a man boy. For what reason, I don't know why, So I changed my name to Mr. T, so the first word out of everybody's mouth.
People ever, yeah, because they'll call you boy. It happened here. Or not happened here. But it happens a lot, even when you're just like having a conversation with somebody. The geek socks plus the 70 tough guy look actually work for some reason. Because you're not going to fuck with Mr. T.
Be Mr. That's a sign of respect.
Now, do you
I wouldn't fuck with Mr. T, Ali.
My first name is Mr. My middle name is that period. My last name is the T.
Okay, well, pause, and we'll be right back with Mr. T.
Taking care of business. Mr. T is probably. I'm surprised he's able to handle this. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't be able to handle this.
Welcome back to the show. Mr. T is with us, and I mentioned
He's mad at the audience for laughing at him. Yeah, well, yeah, because he's being serious about it. I'm pretty sure Mr. T might be fucking on fucking what's it called? He might be on the spectrum, but I don't know. We'll see. Default to certain man unless I'm asked to. That makes sense. I get called boy a lot by right wingers. I don't know if it's racial or just fucking general. I think it's a general fuck you thing. It's like God. It's like bless your heart.
Acting part, and you don't really consider yourself to be an actor now, do you?
Right, I'm glad you brought that up. You know, a lot of people, they sort of get offended because I don't sign autographs. And let me explain to everybody. I consider myself a bodyguard.
Let's see. Like Mr. T was trying to do some serious work, talk about what he did. Yeah. I was like, I can fuck with this guy because of how he's dressed. Yeah, no, it's really cool. I don't... Why it's insulting, though? Because when somebody was like, boy... It's boy with a hard R, effectively. I know Mr. T play well. It does not surprise me that Mr. T is a massive fucking nerd.
Full-time bodyguard and a part-time actor. Bodyguard, and I feel my self-worth. I like protecting people. I know I can make more money in the movies, but there's something special about bodyguard, and therefore that's why I don't...
That's why he wears the glasses. This is why I think he's on the spectrum. But infantilization, right? No, it's very much a racial epithet when said to a black person.
Sign autographs. I might be somewhere protecting somebody, and somebody run up to me asking me for the autograph. They might get killed. So I don't want them involved with that. Seriously, says the truth.
Yeah. Who are some of the people that you are currently guarding?
Well,
or your most recent client?
You know. Yes, you do.
I do?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, the reason why I say that
you can't
because no, it's understood. Everybody just about in the world know who I've been protecting, but I don't like to keep throwing all them big names around because everybody I protect is important. I've protected welfare, mothers, children, people who couldn't even afford my salary. Yeah. So I get tired of throwing around.
That's fair. That's fair and based.
The big name people I protect. Everybody I protect are special and famous to me because their life is something special.
Now, before you got into bodyguarding, you worked as a bouncer in some clubs in Chicago?
I'm glad you brought that up. I worked on the door. There's a difference between a bouncer and a doorman. A bouncer is the type of guy, he really gets
He does have a very strong TISM vibe. No, yeah, it's very strong TISM vibe for me. Like, he's not looking at True or Letterman really too much in the eyes. Like gesturing towards him and all, but this very much TISM vibes to me, and I love it. I'm here for it 100%.
Physically putting his hand on people, I don't.
Boy, originally meant servant, yeah.
Yep. Security specialist at the door. That's different. You know.
Security specialist. Have you ever had to rough somebody up though?
Like when he gets anxious or I guess upset. I don't know if it's actually upset, but when he actually gets fucking bothered. He's over there squeezing the ball. I don't see a whole lot of like tics or repetitive behavior, but his whole body language basically now I sit here like a job interview and while I'm uncomfortable. Yeah, I think he's definitely uncomfortable. I can see that. Control Trump and not Donald, but we'll call Kamala Harris or Hillary Clinton by their first name. Yep, boy or things like it's a sign of disrespect. His autistic special interest is enforcing rules in various ways. Not even just like traditional rules, but also like societal rules. In the team, didn't the character have an issue with flying? I think so. Because I know people with the TISM have issues with like spatial awareness. So flying it can be one of those things that set it off because you're going, I should not be able to feel the entire like airplane beneath me shaking and rattling. This is not okay.
I mean, you try and reason with them first, right?
No, I'm like I said, I don't try to put a lot of emphasis on roughing people up and things like that. If I
have a crippling fear of heights. Same here. I had to work in security where I had to go to like the top of buildings all the time. It was terrifying to me. I would then have to sit in the bathroom like 30 minutes, or I have to sit in the bathroom after that for like 30 minutes to chill out.
peacefully I've done my job. I don't like putting my hands on nobody because I don't like nobody putting their hands on me. You know, I just try to use a little tact and diplomacy, that's all.
So say somebody's causing a disturbance and you go over there and you can't talk them into leaving, then what do?
Oh, I might buy them another drink because I really try to avoid trouble, really I do.
Yeah.
You know, I try to make my job easy as possible.
Yeah.
I'm not into this physical thing or this macho thing. A lot of guys, they into that. They might see me walking down the street. You don't look so tough to me because they have this thing they got to prove. I don't have nothing to prove to anybody, you know.
Are fine for me about other heights or not?
Hairstyle, my earrings, all that. As long as they don't touch me, I'm fine.
I fucking hate I fucking hate airplanes. I cannot do it. I have to be asleep or like deeply focused on something to not freak out on an airplane. I don't like airliners. Yeah, like either you get on the plane or you don't get to say goodbye to someone you love, kind of thing. Yeah,
Fine. You know, they fine, rather.
Yeah.
this is why I'm okay. Well, not really okay. I hate it anyway. But this is why I get on airplanes to go to like the Virgin Islands when I go visit my family, because I'm going to see people that I love in a community that I care deeply about. But fuck this airplane.
Can I ask you about your, since you mentioned your hairstyle and your jewelry and so forth?
Right. I'm glad you brought that up. The hairstyle is not punk rock. It's not Mohegan Indians because a lot of people relate it to the Mohegan Indians because that's all they know. As a tribe in Africa, they call themselves the Mandinka warriors. They wear their hair in this fashion. They wear feathered earrings. They wear diamond and gold. They wear the finest there is. And I'm proud to be a descendant of the people. And that's
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. He knows his history.
the reason why I wear this here. And the changes in gold is symbolic of my struggle because my ancestors, we was brought over here, we was shackled by our wrists and our necks and ankles. But now I turn those shackles into gold, and that offends people. People ask me and say, do that gold get heavy? Nobody asks my ancestors, did those changes get heavy on their neck?
True and based.
The gold is valuable. But that's the reason why I wear the gold and the earrings and diamonds.
It's an interesting.
That is a really good answer. Holy shit. Not how mad he got when people laughed at the hair and jewelry comment. That means a lot to him and people are trivializing. Yeah. Exactly. Holy shit. Still bothers me on a sensory level. I couldn't wear that much jewelry. He might like it though. Cause I know some people with the tism likes really likes the like not tightness, but like the sensory good of like having things on their wrist or on their neck. Oh shit, I wasn't expecting Mr. T. Welcome in They Love Judas. This is part of this is what we're covering when it came to like the Black or the Harlem Renaissance, in addition to Red Summer. So like just seeing where he's going with all this. Oh, I forgot to make that a command. Give me a second. The weight and coolness, yeah. I mean, if you look that cool, maybe he just didn't have pockets also, so he started wearing it.
Story that a man working as a bodyguard and a security specialist
I was gonna look something up, but I forgot what it was.
In Chicago gets to be actually.
Unless I'm really upset, then I tend to rock. Yep.
How do you make that jump from whatever you do there and talking people out of causing trouble to being in a major motion picture?
Just being hungry, you know what you want to do. And first of all, I'm so thankful to God that I had the opportunity. And I am successful because I believe in God and God is in my life. That's why I'm successful. I'm not bad, I'm not tough, I'm not rough, I'm not nothing. I'm just thankful to God. That's why I'm successful. But it's
Where are my
being
custom
hungry.
commands? There we
you
go.
got to be hungry. Then working with a guy like Sylvester Stallone, he's a perfectionist.
But how did you get the job? I mean, there's plenty of hungry folks here, but...
Yeah, well, you got to be, when it was being talented. See what it is. See, I knew I could act a long time ago. When I was in first grade, my teacher used to always tell me, why don't you stop acting the fool, stop acting the clown. So if I knew if I could act the fool and act the clown, I can act anything, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And I've been acting all my life. It's just that now people begin to pay me for it.
Yeah.
And pay they do. Definitely. All right. But back to your question, like I said, it was that I had an opportunity.
Shauna, we have
So
a
I took
new
advantage of it.
command.
I trained-
We have a new command, Shauna. It's rated. So you can give it a shot if you want. ! Rated. That reminds me, I should get a weighted blanket. Ooh, weighted blankets are so helpful. Oh my god. Until I get too hot, and then I fucking get upset. I should get a weighted blanket, that's true. It really bothers me when people sell their accomplishment short by attributing them to God. I agree. I forgot a weighted blanket.
Trained real hard. We trained for 6 months, and we filmed for 2 months.
But let me go back to because there's got to be people all across America thinking, gee, I could have played a fighter in a movie without a great deal of experience. But you brought more to it than that. You did a fine acting job. But how do you get the job? How did you go up and introduce yourself, or did Stallone know about you? Or
no, they saw me on
audition?
But pride's a sin, bro. Yeah.
Stallone in 1978 when he came into the dressing room, Leon Spinks out, they lost to Ali. Then, but they saw me on this contest games people play, America's Toughest Bouncer contest. I had just won it the second time, and I was standing there being interviewed, and the casting director at the time was turning the channel, and she just stopped. She said, "Hey, this guy is different, and he can talk."
Yeah.
So they called me up, and I boxed Sylvester Stallone 2 rounds in October '80. He called me back for a screen test, and we did the screen test. He'll tell you that I was the only one of over 1,200.
Honestly, the Love Judas, I can understand that. I can see that. A lot of them, it's easier to phrase it that way, though. I can thank God. But a lot of people are equally talented, but the stars aligned, and I got lucky. They might also lack the words to say that, you know? That's kind of the big thing. Is everyone here autistic? We probably are. All are, probably. Show of hands. Me, probably. Probably. I am not diagnosed. That's fair. That's completely fair.
Guys who auditioned for the part. I was the only one who auditioned about 10-page script without looking at it.
I'm not diagnosed, though. It happens.
And he said that impressed him.
Yeah.
Among other things that I did.
Yeah. Well,
no, but
very impressive.
ADHD? Hey, same camp, pretty much. Same camp. They overlap quite a bit. The Venn diagram between someone with like IU ADHD or just ADHD is very close.
Impressive person. What are we going to do here? We're gonna pause. We'll come back. You can stick around for a few more minutes, can't you, sir?
Sure, as long as you pay me.
We'll see what we can come up with.
I have a peer review diagnosis that I thought I might be on the spectrum, and all my friends who have been diagnosed, surprised I didn't already know. we got a TISM awareness, all right? We got TISM radar.
We're gonna pause. We'll be back right after this. Mighty impressive. Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome back to the show. Ron Howard will be joining us. This, of course, is Mr.
Ron
T
Howard,
from
what the fuck?
Rocky 3. We have time for just a couple of quick questions. I know
I have ADHD, and my sister have ADHD. But my mom refuses to consider that maybe one of our parents is divergent. Yeah, my Mama Raptor also refuses to acknowledge that anyone can be neurodivergent. And I'm sitting there going like, Mama Raptor, the way you describe my father, he is absolutely neurodivergent. he is like a stick up his ass neurodivergent, where he gets up and leaves a table to go fart outside or like down a hallway. All right. My friends and family think I have autism too. Fair enough.
you mentioned that you're making your living as a bodyguard now, and but if somebody came up with another movie part, you'd certainly take that, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, it's got to be the right parts. You know, been too many. I don't get involved in no black exploitation movies, no dope dealing movies, no pimp roles, things like that. And I tell
Good
them,
on him.
Want me in other movies, give me the type of roles that you give Charleston Heston. Give me a Moses part in the Red Sea and the Ten Commandments. Give me a Ben-Hur, because I am talented enough to play them type of roles. So I just won't get involved with just no trashy stuff.
Have you been offered some pretty good things, or are you looking at things?
Well, I'm taking my time. I'm want to have control of my destiny.
My grandma doesn't believe I'm autistic because I can talk, which is crazy because she believes the ADHD diagnosis, but not the autism one, from the same doctor. Look, everyone had an autism diagnosis. Not everyone. There were those autistic people in the office back in the day. And you know what they were doing? You know who they were? They were the guy who would remember everyone's birthday and quiet all the time. All right? I've got autism, dyspraxia, and... Oh, God. I am so sorry, King. A lot of people hear autism and only think of the nonverbal kind. Yep.
They bring me a lot of things, but I'm not really, you know...
Do you have an agent, a manager, and so forth now?
Believe it or not, really I don't, because a long time ago they told me, say, Mr. T, you ain't hot enough. We don't only take stars, so I tell them I'm too hot for them now.
Or really shy. I'm really shy, so I get you. Yeah, I never had a speech speech delay. That's why I considered Asperger's as a kid. Oh. As someone who had a speech delay, I understand.
And you have a book that you've written?
Right. Well, I'm playing with publishers now because, again, a long time ago they said, we don't want to hear no book about you. Now everybody come, oh, you still got that book? We want it now. The book is called...
I'm mad I never got
Mr.
more
T,
roles.
The Bodyguard.
Same here. Mr. T really deserved it.
In detail,
Base as hell.
explaining why that I am the best bodyguard.
Oh, he's rocking back and forth. He's rocking back and forth. This is a setting off the tism.
The ears and explaining why I'm the best is because that I consider myself a kamikaze pilot when it comes to bodyguarding. They were dedicated to their country. I'm dedicated to my client. If there's a gun in the room, I will take the bullet. If there's a knife, I will be stabbed. So I don't fear death. That's the reason why I'm the best. And in my book, I go into detail and explain all that. And also I explain that everybody needs a bodyguard, whether you can afford one or not. Because all the time a crime is committed, it has nothing to do with money. There might be people that just don't like you for whatever reason. A lot of people out there don't like me. I deal with that. You know.
Now, do you need a bodyguard, do you think?
God protects me. That's why I don't fear nothing or worry.
Well, a little weird. A little weird to say.
It's a fascinating way to make a living, and I hope you get another really good part that you're interested in doing. And thank you for being here. And I'm sorry about the mix-up last week. We're okay now, aren't we?
No, that's okay, because, you said we're going to pay me for it, so it's all right.
Yeah, okay. Mr. T.
The quite literally the real life fucking Luke Cage, where he fucking goes after Dr. Doom for $200. I love it. Chat, I just realized something. What did you realize, Shauna? That you have work today? It's interesting how different autism can manifest in male and females. It's because male and females are also socialized different. I didn't start talking on time. Speech delay? Yep. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed Shauna's on the spectrum?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, sir. Nice meeting you.
I never shut up. Damn. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. The Georgia shooter the Georgia school shooter's father got arrested and is in jail for so long now. I usually don't applaud this, but I will laugh. I will laugh. Does Mr. T have autism? He shows signs of it to me. It's possible. Or did we talk about it for no reason? No, I'm pretty sure Mr. T has autism. All right, I'm pretty sure. Like, he was showing signs of rocking back and forth as a way to, like, stim. He's got his stress ball. He really didn't like some of the jokes being said. Like, I'm pretty sure he has the tism. Besides all the difference between male and females? Probably. But you tend to talk, which is weird. I just was a very quiet kid who wanted to be left alone. But we don't know if he actually has autism. Only he knows. He may not have said it. But it shows. I saw signs of it, you know? So, alright, we're going to go. We have 2 more videos we're going to go through. Both of which may be fun. Also, we're going to look into this. We're going to look into this. This is a cold case, and we're probably going to jump into some gaming after this. Voting Democrat for 200 years. How LBJ made black Americans dependent on the government. This is going to be probably some huge racism. I'm expecting huge racism on this, but this is one of the videos that I found that I felt like I could actually talk about just a wee bit. I also might need to pee, but we'll see. So here we go on how people believe LBJ made black Americans dependent on the government. I'm sure there could be no other reasons that we covered earlier today where their entire livelihoods were burned the fuck down repeatedly. I rock back and forth a lot too. Yeah, same here. I also do bisexual sitting, so hydrate, cool.
I think things are so different today because okay, let's go back to, you've talked about this before, and I'll just kind of ask you, I think it's good for the audience if you want to go through it. 1960, 64% of African Americans would vote Democrat.
Yes, sir.
The rest was conservative.
Yes, sir.
Let's put
This is also before the party switch. The party switch did not happen until roughly the 80s or 70s, 80s. So when they're going, oh yeah, they would vote Democrat, they're looking to keep their livelihood as is, but they're also looking to move things. Also, I'm pretty sure that is a baseless lie. I'm pretty sure there's no evidence saying that 64% of black Americans at the time would have voted Democrat. BRB? All right, have fun. I don't sit or walk like a neurotypical person. It's weird. I never noticed until I got older and saw videos of me walking. Oh, yeah. You know, I don't know. Maybe. I know I definitely don't. I walk like this. My feet, I'm not quite pigeon-toed, but I'm like very close to pigeon-toed. The dog farted. It was very gross. He's right under me. Now I can't even move. Because if I move, I upset him. And he just like fucking... I'm not going to say he shit himself, but he definitely farted. My toes are straight because of marching band. Fair. I have more stiff robotic stance than most people. I walk eerily quiet. It spooks people. Damn.
Liberal and conservative, that's a better way of saying it, right?
Okay.
64 liberal.
Again, we're talking before the party switch. So this they're already, I disagree with this because he's using modern understandings of politics to swap this, to make it sound a certain way.
36 conservative. 1964, 4 years later, 92% blacks are voting Democrat.
Yeah. Lyndon B. Johnson's civil rights legislation.
So what happened there? Maybe.
Yeah, because he gave people the ability to vote with no problem. He also set up a system that lifted millions out of poverty because their houses were burned down like 20 years beforehand, if not more.
A little bit of the history of Goldwater, Lyndon Johnson, what he did.
Let's listen.
JFK's assassinated. Lyndon B. Johnson's in office.
I got the hydrate. I'll do it again.
Back in the day, Dixiecrats bipartisanly bring a bill to the desk of Lyndon B. Johnson. He signed civil rights legislation in the law. According to whatever report.
They're just on Wikipedia. They're just on fucking Wikipedia. If I had to dime for every one I spook on accident because they didn't notice me on behind them, I would have been able to pay for college. True. He's trying to force the pee break. We'll see if it happens.
It says we bring this legislation, we sign this legislation into law. We'll have the Negroes voting for us for the next 50 years.
Oh, good. That's hey, you know what? Where did he say this?
We'll have the Negroes voting for us for the next 50 years.
Where was it said? Did he say this? It does not show that. Little evidence. The next thing they show literally proves them wrong. There's little evidence to back it up. Immediately proven wrong. Less than a minute in, immediately proven wrong by one of their own slides.
Sure enough.
Hang on. Let's back up. Let's see how quickly he clicked off of it. He clicked off of it so quickly.
That's what it was. And I think me personally, as I've edified.
Have you been saved by the great Lord Jesus yet? No.
Myself over the years to see what's been transpiring in our community. On one hand, when I look at legislation and I think about affirmative action and other things, and I see how I've benefited because opportunities were given to me at a particular moment in time in the 80s, for example, when,
By the way, before affirmative action was actually written, so here's the thing. In the 60s, after the 60s, and in the 60s, there were no real laws or anything for affirmative action, but the government was pushing for affirmative action. they were pretty much filling jobs. Hey, yeah, hire some black people. But there was no laws for it right away, and businesses were already starting to kind of do their own internal DEI, their own internal affirmative action, kind of on their own, because they would get more workers that way anyway. And then, capitalism being capitalism, they're looking to have more people work and pay them less. I have to do laundry. Be back in a bit. Okay, enjoy yourself.
That some would say may not have been given to me if I were not an African American, or you didn't have affirmative action in a place and what have you. When you hear those things, you're trying to lean left because you're saying they're thinking about us, and like you said, those messengers from the Democratic Party are very profound.
Did I?
You got Jimmy Carter in office, but the economy was so bad, so Reagan had to get him out of there. But you got Reagan in office from 80 to 88. You're looking at what transpired in his administration, good or bad, depending on how you think about it. But if you're not educated,
are we just blaming the presidents for everything? Are we not talking about the history that came before these? It's starting to seem like we're not looking at the history that came before these either.
What are you thinking? Did he care about black people? You're actually asking those questions if you're coming from the black
center lib and a mistake, yeah.
You're not.
And Reagan wanted him out. And Reagan was just a massive mouthpiece for corporations and racists.
Reading all the time. You're not educating yourself because you're literally trying to survive. And when that happens, ultimately it becomes habit. Your mama.
Also, it made it. Also, the Lyndon B. Johnson law also made it so you didn't have to fill out fucking civil tests anymore that most people were failing. But anyway.
Voted Democrat, your dad voted Democrat, your big sister, big brother voted Democrat. How could you think about voting any other way? And all of a sudden, those habits kick in, and then you get older and older, and you start seeing how it profoundly affects your life.
Wants to bring back, and he failed.
Like, wait a minute. Like, for example, for me, when we go back to 20...
We might not have had Reagan if Carter had stepped down. True.
2020. Yeah. Hillary was somebody that I would not have mind seeing in office. In 2020, I can tell you right now, I would have voted for Kasich. In 2016, I'm sorry, I would have voted for Kasich. I would have voted for Chris Christie. I would have voted definitely for those guys. And there's a plethora. I would have voted for...
We had Trump. Why are you saying you would vote for other people? What the fuck?
For Nikki Haley. If Nikki Haley was running right now, instead of Donald Trump, she would be getting my vote over the Democrats. I wouldn't hesitate. Because no matter what you think about those folks, they show you they know how to be an adult in the room. That's a far cry from where I was 15, 20 years ago.
Compared to who? I honestly don't understand what he's saying. Compared to Trump, who actively yelled and screamed at people? I don't understand.
It would have been Democrat all day, every day. I don't think like that now. And and honestly speaking, I don't think anybody should. I don't think it's right to have any party affiliation with today's politics.
I always hope the DNC will learn that lesson, but they never will without ranked choice and with the electoral colleges. Yeah, the DNC will never learn its lesson. We got to get rid of the DNC, or get rid of the people inside of the DNC, because it's quite literally just conservatives. The people who are advocating for like change in Kamala's messaging should be listening to what is really working with the people. Calling Republicans weird, for example. Saying we're not going to go back. As in we're not going to go back to the same system that's been fucking with us.
Because I don't think you can trust either side. I think you got to watch what they do. See what they do and see what policies work best for you. And Mark Levin once said this to me, along with Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. He said, hey, man, most people vote their issues. They're not looking at, you can bring up immigration, the economy, right. Whatever issue is most near and dear to them, that's what they focus on. So you got a black community right now that'll look at Joe Biden. You know what they'll say right now? Well, Barack Obama gave about $330 million to HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. Trump.
Okay.
Comes in there, he gives about 360 8 years later. Barack Obama did that in 2010. Trump did that in 2018, about 360 million. But now look what Biden and Biden administration has done. They've dedicated over 7 billion.
Okay.
For some folks.
That's pretty
enough.
that's pretty
Not
good.
for me, not for others, but for some folks.
Because Trump had to one-up Obama. He had to try at least and failed.
It's about finding that one issue. Because why? How did they learn? And this is why I can fault the politicians just as much as I can fault the voter. Because folks got that way because the politicians got them that way. Because you go into their community, you go into their respective communities, and you give that song and dance and that lip service about that one issue they cared most about. That's what you wanted. That's what you trained the voter to.
That's how politicians work. This is correct. This is how politicians work. This is why you should also bring in popular voting, ranked choice voting, popular voting, so that they have to actually talk about things and actually convince people to vote for them, rather than just key issues that the electoral college wants to talk, like electoral colleges want them to vote for.
Be like, and in most instances now, it's coming back to bite you.
May I?
Okay, what are the instances now that are coming back to bite him, though? That's the thing. If the Democrats are going and advocating for black people and black rights and, like, opportunities for black individuals, it sounds to me like they've secured the black vote. It sounds to me like they know what issues to talk about to get black people keyed up, compared to Republicans or conservatives.
I want to say, because you said a lot, and I want to write it down, and I want to go through each of these to the best of my ability.
Sure.
So, 1964, Rob, you pulled it up, and I'm glad you said it, because I went and actually looked at Snopes. Go to Snopes, because I wanted to know, did he actually say that, right? Because this is what we found. I won't read it, but the audience can read it.
I won't read it.
Can you go a little lower?
Now they actually follow through and not use them as just votes. Exactly. I don't know why people are going, oh yes, it's the fucking, you're on the Democrat plantation, voted for the Democrats because they speak to issues that are personally affecting you.
It shows the whole thing. Okay, we can just show that at the top, and then we'll read the whole thing. Okay, right here. You can do that right there. Boom,
yep.
That's right. They're getting pretty uppity these days, and that's a problem for us. They've got something now they've never had before, the political pull to back up their uppityness. Now we've got to do something about this, and we've got to give them a little something.
I'm pretty sure this is not true. I mean, even if he did say this, it was horrifically racist.
Quiet them down, not enough to make a difference, and then boom, you know that line, you brought it up. I'll have him voting this way, Democratic, for the next 200 years. Yes. You know what Snopes said?
There's really no evidence saying that.
Right. Go a little bit more. It says
unproven, yeah.
Snopes is one that would typically be quick to say they never said this. Then CNBC writes an article, if you can pull this one up. CNBC writes an article.
It says there's not enough evidence to prove it.
Saying Lyndon Johnson was a civil rights hero, but also a racist. And if you look at the stuff about him, how many times he dropped the, N-word and all this other stuff, this guy was not wanting to do what he did with civil rights. No. Credit goes to one man and the community that pushed it. There's a reason why we all have a poster or painting of him in our offices and our walls, and he's admired by everybody.
Are they talking about MLK? They might be talking about MLK.
It doesn't matter, left, right, center, white, black, Asian, Hispanic. Everybody loves and admires what this man did. One of the greatest movements of all time. He accomplished it in a peaceful way, different than X.
Different than X? Oh. But I don't know if it was a real quote. Yeah, it's unproven. It's like there's no actual evidence to back it up, say that he did do it. But there's also not enough evidence to say that it's necessarily false.
He was able to get it done, right? Okay.
Malcolm X was fucking based, though, exactly. He only walked back certain aspects of what he said later in life. But are we being serious about this? MLK, the lib hero apparently, who was advocating for fucking class issues as well as racial issues, and didn't encourage people to be violent, but encouraged them to be fucking disruptive, and defended riots. MLK, these people are whitewashing MLK. again, and that pisses me the fuck off.
At that time, you know, can you type in Civil Rights March? Just type in Civil Rights March, if you don't mind doing that. Just type in Civil Rights March.
What is he going to look up?
If you could do that. You know, when you type in civil rights, click on that first picture. What do you see a lot of?
We're both super important, exactly.
Dressed. Yeah. Just look at the way. Go to the bottom left picture, maybe that's got more people in suits. Bottom left.
Bottom left.
Look at the ties. Look at the suits. Look at the tuxedo.
You got to protest the right way. You got to be dressed up in suits and ties. All right.
Look at the bow ties. Wow.
Look at the polo shirts. You know, clothes of the time. But apparently, these people only want you to protest the right way.
Pure class on the way it's being dressed. So,
hey, you also want to know what's missing? Hey, buddy, you want to know what you're not looking at? Also, you're just looking at the aesthetics here. Look at them being disruptive. Look at them being disruptive. Where they are actively blocking traffic to march down the road. Where they're marching, they are blocking traffic to march down the road. Other images show them doing something very similar.
Lyndon Johnson, War on Poverty, 1964. Do you know at the time, can you look up when Planned Parenthood?
What does it say about white liberals? Both Malcolm X and MLK had a lot to say about white liberals. Oh, somebody peed. Here's white liberals comment from Malcolm X.
Solve the problem, but you never see them going under the label of liberals. That white person that you see calling himself a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox, and a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You can see the wolf coming. You know what he's up to, but the fox will fool you. He comes at you with his mouth shaped in such a way that even though you see his teeth, you think he's smiling. You take him for a friend.
Based. They both had a lot to say about white liberals. But libs are fucking weak shit, yeah.
Parenthood came out. Maybe you look. I don't know the exact year. When did Planned Parenthood come out?
I think it was 71, 72.
70. What year is it? Go a little bit. Singer, whatever her name is, where he started.
Wonderful. I love how this guy is so elegant.
At the movement. Anyways, so you look at some of this data, and you see that we went at the time when kids are being born.
Yeah.
Only 4% of kids in America, if you can pull up the stat, Rob, 4% of kids in America were born, okay, in single-family household. Right. 96%, mom and dad.
Yeah.
Fast forward, we went from...
Are you just talking about like all kids in America?
4% to 41%. And by the way, it's even higher.
Yeah, war on poverty began. Are we just blaming LBJ? Once again, we're just blaming LBJ. You know what else started in 1964? You know what else started right around this time? What could have possibly have fucking encouraged any of this? Also, this is just in general. This is not even fucking talking about black families. Nam, yeah. This is not even talking about families or black families. This is just talking about fucking a ton of other shit that happened. Like, seriously? You're gonna go, oh yeah, it was because the war on poverty begins. This is what caused it.
For African Americans.
Oh, by heritage, by the way. By heritage.
This is America.
Why is it the war on or else one thing war increase? Yeah, exactly.
This is not African Americans, percentage of children born out of wedlock, but African Americans.
Vietnam, yeah.
That wasn't the case. You guys were always united, conservative.
Wait.
Good community.
What the fuck? What the shit? Hang on.
Went from 4% to 41%. And by the way, it's even higher for African Americans.
Dude, this is the average. He's so fucking stupid. This is the average of people born in a single household. Not to mention, literally 3 years after this is when the Vietnam War starts. So like these people are being shipped off to war. What the fuck?
This is America. This is not African Americans. Percentage of children born out of
Yeah, he just said this is America in general. Can't win. Yeah, the U.S. has not won a war until since the fucking 20s. Exactly.
wedlock, but African American is to the roof. That was.
Yeah, you got more evidence to pull that up, or are you just gonna like keep pulling up this one thing and pretending that it's something else?
Wasn't the case. You guys were always united, conservative. It's a good community, respectful.
All right. When people say black conservatives, there's two types of black conservatives. You got the black conservatives who genuinely don't want anything to do with the government because they lived through governmental and systemic abuse, and they just want to continue existing and live like doing their own shit. They're more black libertarians than anything else. And then you have the sellouts like Candace Owens and whoever the fuck this dude is.
Bible Belt. When I was in the
Bible Belt? Or the Bible Belt? Excuse me? This is why I dislike black people. It's not Jordan Lee Peterson, is it? No. He's talking about the Bible Belt as if there wasn't. This is why you gotta have another black person, an actual educated black person, to talk about these things. The Bible Belt was not a black decision. A lot of black people were trying to move away from the South where they were being killed and burned and lynched. They had their shit stolen, so they're trying to move further north. This is where the Great Migration happens. That's not a black invention. That is a white invention. 40s. As shitty as the end of World War II was, American production won that. Even the Soviet body grinding machine couldn't have held up. True.
The army, and my friends in the army, I was hanging out when I would go see their families. I was afraid of their mothers. No, seriously. Right. Your mother would have talked to me like I'm her son.
Right.
And she would put me in my place. It was a different kind of a culture that was...
Wait, it still happens. Yeah, what the fuck? What is this guy even talking about? This guy... He's so fucking dumb.
What I was accustomed to, right? So to me, when they say systemic racism, if you want to give anybody credit, it's Lyndon Johnson. And he...
No. Systemic racism is referring to black-coded laws that have lingering effects nowadays. It is referring to the idea that black people are viewed as inherently lesser or inherently more violent compared to white people or other model minorities. This guy is so fucking stupid, and he traces it back to Lyndon B. Johnson. Not everybody who does this, never take anyone who blames Lyndon B. Johnson seriously, because the thing is, they no longer talk about anything else that happened before that. With the redlining, the lack of access to the GI bills, the fucking black code and laws, I definitely wish Becky would talk to you about this shit. Exactly. We were just covering it where fucking 3,000 people, almost 500 people, were lynched and killed and had their shit burned and were homeless because of it. But no, it's LBJ. It's LBJ. It's because of him. History doesn't exist before that. History doesn't exist before that. It's way more than LBJ. Exactly. Anyone who says shit like this, who believes it's just LBJ, fucking too stupid to actually have a conversation with. Look at his face right now. He's fucking dumb as shit.
He succeeded in actually trying to create that kind of an environment, and the reason why...
Lifting millions out of poverty. Ensuring they could eat, ensuring they weren't homeless, working with the Black Panther Party and other black liberation movements at the time who were just trying to survive in a world that fucking hates them. Is the LBJ in the room with us right now? Pooter like Dave can't see things way more connected to a single issue. Exactly.
He was very creative on the way he did it. Is he blamed the other side for it and got them the blacks to vote Democratic for God knows how many decades until now?
Because he was addressing the issues of blacks at the time. He made it so they didn't have to pass bullshit fucking civics tests. They made it so they didn't have to deal with fucking well, they still had to deal with the government, I should say. The welfare at the time was not as good as it could have been, but he made it so they could actually have a vote in the system. And then women got voting, or then women got the right to vote because of that. Becky's even worse than that because he's literally a young black man who grew up without a dad and hasn't experienced of like what the actual fuck. It just radicalized him further in believing it was everybody else's problems. It was everyone else's problem, somehow not tied to capitalism.
Now where things are slightly changing, and I'll wrap up the thoughts here, and I want to get your.
Can I respond to what you just said?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that when you mention all of those things, first of all, you said nothing that I can dispute. Nothing.
Because you're also a fucking sellout.
Because that's just factually correct.
Because you're also a fucking sellout. Because you're also one who either doesn't know your history or actively is ignoring it. And because you're on this podcast or whatever fucking show this is, and they're paying you a shit ton instead of having your own goddamn opinion once you learn your fucking history. Sorry, I get pissed at fucking black people who don't know their own history at this point. I hate his face. True. Damn, I missed the black history. Yeah. If you know Oliemi, she has a good podcast episode that touches on all sorts of things. It's called Why Some Black People are Pro-Police. Oh, I love Oliemi. I love her.
What you pointed out. And I think that
I want to be on her podcast so bad. All right. I want to be on her podcast so bad. I can look into it. Ooh, we should oh, I don't want to watch it on YouTube. I'll drop it in the chat because she's amazing. She's a Bohemian civil rights lawyer. And she usually has black creators. But her podcast is top tier? Yeah. She calls herself the Illuminati. Great content. You tell him, Raptor? Yeah. She has great content. If you haven't joined. She's very active on Twitter. If you are attracted to AFAB, she's a very, very wonderful or very enjoyable person to look at. She just kind of showed up one day and was brought on to like the leftist mafia and then blew up from there. Top tier crossover, yeah. What's the over under that his family doesn't speak to him because of his conservatism? Oh, you're talking about Dave. All right. I want to talk about World War II. I know he will say things about how the Germans could have won if, or how Germany had the best vehicles or some shit. I would school with the Sherman. True. I love Ole. I follow her too. Hell yeah, she's fucking amazing. Top tier crossover. Hell yeah.
When we bring that stuff up, is exactly the reason why black folks in America have historically over the last 50 plus years had that divide with the Republican Party.
Yeah, because the Republican Party kept fucking killing them. Weren't advocating for their rights. We're taking shit from them. Nah, I mean this guy. Oh, I would fucking school this dude.
Stay with me. What?
I know no one uses Substack, but if you're a nerd like me, her Substack's also very good. True. I don't know what that is. I don't know what Substack is either. Every time I hear Nadi, I think Illuminati and her shitty YouTube drama. Out of everybody who was addressing that issue at the fact, Allura Nadi was very vocal about, hey, if it's true, I condemn it, fuck her. And then it came up to be true, and she was like, yeah, fuck her, as I said. The first thing I ever watched was her Eric Adams interview, and it just got hooked. Oh yeah, she's fucking amazing. She fucking calls out Eric Adams to his face, too. I love her so much. I took a lot of influence from her when I started doing any of this shit. Blair was kicked off the leftist mafia for being shitty, yeah.
Happened is, Patrick.
Who's Eric Adams? The mayor of New York.
You invite me onto the show and you talk to me. We're having this conversation. You show me facts.
He didn't show you shit. He showed you a out of context fucking graph and unproven claims from fucking LBJ. He didn't show you shit. You are just a sellout.
I leave this office. I give you no resistance. And then you turn on the TV and I'm like, Patrick Bet-Davis full of it. Look what he brought up.
Yeah, Patrick whatever the fuck is used. PBD, full of shit. At best, liberal. At worst, white supremacist. This dude, whoever he's talking to, fucking bullshit.
This some racist BS, blah, 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 blah,
He
blah.
should.
You'd never want to talk to me again. It's disingenuous. It's not educated.
He also isn't educated, though. Nobody on this podcast is educated.
It's not fair.
If we're journalists and academics write, can independently... Substack... Wait, what? Oh, yes, Eric Adams, person that is the most normal about rats. Oh, yeah, Eric Adams is fucking weird about rats. He talks about rats a lot. Hey, nerd, take my lurk? I will. Winterberry salad. He has a full, I think he's a rat bucket, too. Yeah, he has a rat bucket. What the fuck? Here. Take this while I go pee real quick. Just a quick thing from earlier this year. I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
New York City's rat-hating mayor Eric Adams is once again ticketed for rats at his Brooklyn property.
Well, it's Brooklyn, so I know.
Yeah, you can't really stop it, can you?
Nah, I mean, the hipsters are out there. I mean, they all
cause the rats?
They look like rats.
Oh, yeah, so it's hard to distinguish.
They've got that look. Come on.
Yeah, some of them do. Very unhealthy look.
Emaciation, yeah. Have a sandwich.
And some water.
God's
and
sakes.
some vitamins.
Yes.
Some iron.
Preach, Pete.
New York City's Mayor Eric Adams has been ticketed again for a rat infestation at his Brooklyn property. City Health Inspector issued the ticket on May 16th after observing a fresh rat dropping, more than one fresh rat dropping, actually, multiple rat droppings.
Yeah, usually there's more than one.
How do we know it wasn't a dog?
And,
yeah, up there you can't tell.
Also a rat burrow at the front of the staircase. Right at the front of the stair. You can't even get rid of the rat burrow at the front of your staircase.
Oh, that's a big one. Yep.
At the Adams Row house in Bedford, Studeville.
Oh, no, Bed-Stuy. It's what I know. I know.
Bed-Stuy.
It's Bed-Stuy.
We'll go with that. That sounds good.
Yep.
This marks the mayor's 5th rodent violation since taking office in January of 2022. I mean, you got to, what do they say? You got to clean your own house first or something?
That's a wealthy neighborhood, too.
Adams, who often declares his hatred for rats.
Well,
I can see why they hate him. They're ruining his properties.
Yeah, he's getting fines for it.
Yeah, that'll make you hate him. He's going to have the chance to contest the ticket coming up this week. His spokesperson, Liz Garcia, stated that the mayor takes pride in keeping his property clean. Well, obviously not.
Unless somebody planted it there.
Oh, come on.
You never know.
You don't need to plant rats anywhere. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
They're planting rats.
That's not ain't cheap.
When did Davey become our conspiracy theorist?
Yeah.
I learned it from watching you.
No, you didn't.
Rats are cute babies. Rats are very cute babies. I will agree. Yeah, he's very weird about rats. I have no clue why he's so weird. But that's fun. What'd I miss? Wait, does he love them or hate them? IDK if you did something, or if I did something, but yay for us. Yay! I'm scared of rats. Excuse me. Hates rats. Yes, he weirdly hates rats. Rats are cute, baby. Pet rats are cute. Very true. We don't need more rats than other countries with big cities. True. They make wonderful pets. Wild ones carry horrible diseases, though. That's true. Because they get covered in like fleas and ticks and shit. I think I'm traumatized because once my cat killed a rat with all his intestines and tongue pulled out. Yeah, cats are vicious assholes as well.
One of the things that we have to pay attention to is that there is a Republican Party that can't disguise its resentment towards Black America because of what you just pointed out.
Wait, is he saying the Republicans can't help but hate black people? Is that what he just said? Hang on.
That can't disguise. There is a Republican Party that can't disguise its resentment towards Black America.
Yeah. Yeah, it can. That sounds like a Republican issue, not a Democrat issue. Accidentally calling him out to his face that the Republican Party can't help but hate black people.
Because of what you just pointed out. It's just that we're looking at it differently. As this black person, when I got to know Republicans and I heard my parents.
My cat brings me at least one sacrifice a day most days. He's scorned. Hey, thank you for the hydrate, Cozy. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see. I'll probably lurk if you're streaming, Cozy. I know you're lurking. Hello. Hi. Good to see you. My neighbor. If I saw this context, I'd probably accidentally post it as a leftist point. Yeah, true. But in context, it's a terrible thing. I wish I could own rats, but they are too short-lived, and I cannot lose babies that quickly. Yeah, I relate.
Speaking about conservatism and stuff like that, I remember asking my mother one day.
Let's see. What does it say?
You know that fact. How would you feel?
Know what fact?
Know that you contributed to bringing civil rights legislation to the desk of the presidency to sign into law.
Okay, wait, know what fact, though? I don't know what fact he's referring to. Is he talking about, like, LBJ saying something maybe racist? I'm assuming that's the context of what he's talking about. Hello, kitty cat. He's over there. He's over there meowing at me.
And that was ignored. Because the party that he represented, he made sure they got all the credit for what you played a role in bringing to the table that helped the African American community, supposedly. And it was
supposedly? I mean, it lifted millions out of poverty. And it, helped them recover from horrific events that happened before this.
Completely ignored. You'd lose our respect because you'd believe you're not educated enough. You're not putting forth your due diligence to know it wasn't just him, it was us. And his intent wasn't honorable. Ours was. I think that
sounds like a problem with a two-party system there, buddy.
That you have a lot of Republicans who are knowledgeable about that history that you just pointed out.
I doubt so, but whatever.
The distaste that they have had for African Americans for a period of time at the very least emanates from that, from folks not knowing what role they play. When I listen to a Sean Hannity or Mark Levin and Andrew Wilkow.
What is this guy? What is he trying to say? Do we even know?
Talk about Black America's history and racism. They never fail to point out the Democrats played a huge role in this, y'all, and the black community lets them off the hook.
Okay, so what I am understanding is that the black community should be holding the Democrats to a higher standard. That is how I'm understanding it.
They look at us, and there's a level of absolute frustration, palpable frustration that comes from that. I don't always agree with it, but I understand it, which made it easy for me to communicate with members of the Republican Party when they come to me and they want to talk about different issues, because I'm like, I want to learn more. I want to.
Where does this guy stand?
Hear this, because you're not going to come to me and engage in demonization talking about the other side, in this case, the right.
Wait, no, the Republicans do that all the time. Wait, what the fuck? The Republicans do that literally all the time. When did this episode come out? When did this video come out? 5 months ago? Are we forgetting about how they were calling all, like, the Democrats fucking pedophiles and shit?
You're not doing that. What are your policies? What are you bringing to the table? Don't talk to me about them being racist, because
what's up with the white broadcasters inviting black talking heads on as experts who have the chuddiest points but absolutely no people with an academic background? even if you wanted to be Republican, there are some by the book capitalist academics. Yeah. Well, the reason is because they have to like vet these guys to make sure they stay on point, right? Because this dude was very close to saying something pretty based, and then he tries to whiplash it back into the Democrats are being villains.
You know what else? You're asking me to assume you're not. How do I know you're not? I know there were KKK members that were members of the Democratic Party that were on Capitol Hill. Robert Byrd of West Virginia, to name one of them.
Yeah.
I know that for a fact.
He's also conveniently ignoring the party shift that happened. So.
And so, why are we to assume that just because you're a Democrat, you're on our side? So I do get where you're coming from, and I understand.
Yeah. So to me, that part to me is, you check policies to see how it's benefited the community, and you say yes or no. You have no idea how much my favorite part of this podcast is when you said your mother, when she went on welfare, she was despised of it, and she couldn't wait to get off of it. Right. I can't tell you what that means to me.
Wait, he didn't say that at all, though. Not that I heard, at least.
Salute and respect that. And then let's go to a couple other things you said on who you would vote for and who you wouldn't vote for. You said John Kasich. He was a centrist. I think he was an independent. I don't think he was a Republican, but I think he was
centrist.
I think he was a nice guy.
I like centrist? Okay, I don't like this guy. I do not like centrists.
John Kasich was a nice guy.
He was a Republican governor.
He was. Yeah, he was.
Ohio.
Yeah,
yes.
He was a nice guy.
Who's this dude? Dude crawling out of the fucking grave just to research who this person is? But I'm sure the Republicans and centrists give a huge fuck. Yeah, exactly.
I think Christie. Yeah.
How many racist people do you know that are Democrats? Compared to, centrists and Republicans. Did he just praise the guy's mom despising welfare? Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Fucking sense-fitting centrist, yeah.
Fighter. I actually enjoy listening to Christie. I think he's a little bit, I'm aware. Yeah.
What you about racist? I mean, it's pretty fucking obvious what I mean by racist. Explicitly, definitely all conservatives. True.
A little bit like, I think, I have some friends that were, part of Trump's camp. He fired them. And then there's a bitterness and, that's between them. I just watch.
I knew people. Implicitly a lot of Dems? True. Very fair. I knew a lot of people who were on Trump's camp, but he fired them because they were racist. Doubt.
And say, you're not going to win being a bitter candidate. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to win that way. And, maybe that was it. It wasn't. It is what it is.
Trump fired a lot of people. He means racist against white people. Oh, okay.
Nikki Haley. So, for me, when I wasn't into politics, and I was purely business guy.
Right.
Like, I don't have time for this stuff, man.
Right.
I'm just going to go to business, make my money. My dad's going to retire 99 cents.
That's a lot of people in this world.
Yeah, I'm like, I have zero desire for politics, right?
Yeah.
And then the bigger I got, I'm like, oh, you kind of got to study a little bit of politics on what's going on, right? Because
was he he was like he was voting for Nikki Haley, or he wanted to vote for Nikki Haley?
It's like, why would I want to study politics? The taxes you pay is politics.
Yes.
Right? The policies in your community.
I'm experiencing maximum level doubts right now. Yeah, exactly.
Politics. Homelessness is politics.
Yes.
The war that happened that wasn't
everything is political. Everything. I can make anything you list is political. It doesn't matter. Everything is political. It's stupid, but it's true.
It's politics. All that stuff is, okay, I got to pay attention to it. So a Nikki Haley, very eloquent, incredible speaker, tough, strong, good background, all of that. So now we're dealing with left, right, and then you have the anti-establishment, and the establishment.
Okay.
The anti-establishment is not Republican. Like Kennedy's were anti-establishment.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Okay. What the fuck? Okay, I'm waiting.
Reagan
Let's see.
Was semi-anti-establishment. Trump definitely anti-establishment.
Reagan was huge for the fucking establishment. What the hell is he talking about? When Reagan became president, he became anti-union, despite being the union president of like the Actors Guild. What the shit? What are you talking about? We don't do politics. And was like, but politics is you, yeah. It doesn't matter what you do, what you like. politics is in everything. But also, he's just straight up lying. Trump is also definitely establishment-centric. Like, what the shit? How is Trump anti-establishment? Push back. Please, please, for the love of God, push back.
Right? You can go, Lincoln was anti-establishment. These are
True, Lincoln was anti-establishment.
Anti-establishment guys. Establishment is the big families. You know.
I guess I'm pro-capitalist. Yeah, I guess if Reagan is anti-establishment, I am pro-capitalist. He keeps flipping on Nikki Haley depending on how she's doing in polls. This shill is on her face. Yeah. Trump put Putin's cuck established in his mouth and ass all the time. True.
That's
Here is your 1,000 rubles.
Establishment. When somebody's part of the establishment, they're part of the same party.
Okay.
It's no longer like a left or right. Nikki
Haley fucking became a Republican. What the fuck?
To me, is part of the establishment. She's an establishment right. She's going to do what the establishment right's going to do. And in many of the states, she got all the Democratic votes. They were willing to vote for her. You know, some of the big money guys that are
no. Pretty sure Nikki Haley got like no Democratic votes. What the hell? What? Hi.
New York establishment guys are willing to give her the money.
I can no longer remain in today's Democratic Party.
Tulsi Gabbard says she is no longer a Democrat.
Why are we looking at fucking Tulsi Gabbard? Tulsi Gabbard also failed.
Potential Tulsi Gabbard VP.
Where we are being told that we just have to comply and go along with whatever they say.
American people are smarter than this. However, we must remain vigilant to recognize their propaganda for what it is, pure lie.
Unfortunately, we live in a time where free speech is under attack. Whatever they say goes, and we have to just follow.
And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Oh, of course they're going after Kamala Harris. Of course. Tulsi Gabbard being her own Pacific Islander representative's wife. Yeah. All right. We're gonna see if I can find anything else LBJ related. Let's do racism. We'll just do racism. Lyndon Johnson used NASA to tackle racism. Used NASA to tackle racism in the South? Black as space. Holy shit. How the government created the ghetto. Racial. Okay, we're gonna look at this one. I don't know if this is gonna be. We're gonna skip this because there we go.
It's pretty bleak, and that's by design.
Oh wait, the root is based.
In addition to artists cataloging their very personal experiences,
I forgot the root is actually really based.
It's been proven that the modern phenomenon of concentrated poverty was an intentional government-sponsored institution. This is in part why President Biden issued an executive order back in January, intended to right.
No, don't tell me he just died.
Black folks have faced when it
oh no, he did just die. Oh no. He just died today. Oh, fuck, man. At 93. Jesus. Would you do a report on how Andrew Jackson was a absolute despicable nut? I really wish he wasn't on our money. Yes. Who died? James Earl Jones. Here. Yeah. James Earl Jones just died. He was like the voice of Darth Vader. Sorry, I'm dying over here. It just came out. Breaking news. I thought it was him, Sag. Damn. Such an iconic person. He really was. Everyone's reporting on it. Fuck. It's so sad he just died. Remember when James Earl Jones fucking read the 4th of July speech?
Of the 4th of July.
Based as hell, James Earl Jones.
Principles of political freedom and
almost 100 years old.
Justice embodied in that declaration.
He wasn't Coming to America too, yeah.
To us, and am I?
If you guys haven't seen this, you guys should watch it. Not right now, but you should watch it. This is James Earl Jones reading what to the slave is the 4th of July. We watched it. I also read that entire speech. Morgan Freeman the other day was scared of the. I'm scared for the day. It's like Keanu Reeves. I'm scared of the day for Keanu Reeves. Now to watch Lion King. Yeah.
In this country, but first, let's take it back.
The dawn of the 20th century, African Americans in major cities lived scattered throughout the city. They weren't segregated particularly. It's only with the Great Migration of 6 to 7 million.
We keep talking about
North and West.
Not enough people talk about the Great Migration. We need to talk about it more often.
Escaping the South, the predominant response of the United States government and state and local governments to the Great Migration was to contain Black people in their own neighborhoods. And HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development, was particularly a part of this role. But the precursors to HUD introduced and encouraged racially restrictive covenants, redlining of every major city where African Americans landed. The federal government was a sponsor of urban renewal, infamously called Negro removal by the great James Baldwin.
Urban renewal, which means moving the Negroes out. It means Negro removal. That is what it means.
Yep.
And the federal government is an accomplice to this fact.
And we're not even talking about like economic, what's it called? Environmental racism either. Where would build these housing complexes in like places that are right next to a fucking toxic waste dump. And the Trails of Tears, which Andrew Jackson made a thing. Yep. Dude, Andrew Jackson fucking sucks. All right?
That so-called urban renewal also included
You're not going to find me defending Andrew Jackson at all.
Highway system, which was intentionally designed.
Can we cover more native history stuff too? Yeah. I'm not the best one to do that, but we absolutely can.
Through vibrant Black neighborhoods.
Indigenous people do, yeah. No, I'm not denying any of this. We could totally cover Indigenous history. I'm just not the best one to fucking do it, you know?
2 highways, I-95 and I-395, bulldoze right through the predominantly Black
is extra sinister, yeah.
Town neighborhood, previously called Colored Town during segregation.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development and the federal government writ large in the first 7 decades of the 20th century invested billions of dollars in racial segregation and concentrated poverty.
More about myself? Fair enough.
Country created.
Usually I would direct you to like LAWSU or something. And they would cover it. But honestly, I don't know.
A peculiar institution that subordinated Black people, slavery, Jim Crow. It created and dismantled it. They replaced it with another one. And the iconic Black ghetto, I don't use that.
I know a bit about the history of my particular tribe, but not nearly enough in general. That's fair.
Was a follow-on institution to slavery and Jim Crow. That's the legacy that every new administration inherits, and the Biden administration has as well.
Today, I'm directing the Department of Housing and Urban Affairs and Urban Development to redress historical racism in federal housing policies.
This executive order is just one of 4 signed by President Biden, designed to address
wearing a mask in 2021, just during the fucking pandemic.
Racial equity in the United States. And while this progress is a step in the right direction, there's still a lot of harm to undo.
I haven't seen Lost recently. Lost is active on Twitter.
After the passage.
LAWSU is very active on Twitter. So, which is unfortunate, but also very true. I wonder if I should start fucking streaming these. Oh my god, mask. Yep. What's the real staggering to me is the statistic that this is risk of assault on First Nations women is something like 5 to 10 national average for all women and girls. Yeah, it's fucking insane. It's genuinely fucking insane.
Of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which actually only got passed in the wake of Dr. Martin Luther King's assassination in 1980.
Killed by the FBI.
8 out of 10 Black people would have had to move in order to be evenly integrated within metropolitan areas. Half of Black people who live in metropolitan areas still live in neighborhoods of high segregation. So We've had modest improvement, but segregation persists, and economic segregation
Do you want me to fill a ball or not?
has spiked since 1970. The
All right, well, I'm not gonna
so-called
fucking
American dream
keep
is really
going.
working for a relatively small slice of the population that can afford to buy their way into what I call gold standard neighborhoods that have the best of everything, and everybody else struggles, and the Black poor struggle the most.
True.
So what happens now?
Fill a ball?
Well, some advocates are hopeful.
Home applauds this executive order for really focusing on historical patterns of racial segregation and discrimination in housing,
while others remain cautiously optimistic. Here's
Thank you.
Professor Cashin's suggestion.
He was very happy
I
for
don't
that ball.
take credit for this, but
He's
I
so
applaud
happy.
it. There should be
He's
an
so
equity
happy.
analysis. The federal government spends so
The amount of
much
unsolved murder and missing persons in a lot of indigenous communities is crazy too, and the cops don't give a shit for the most part. Yeah, no, they don't. They don't give a fuck at all. They don't give a fuck at all because it's not. It's not them. It's based in racism. It's based in like, oh well, they have tribal police, so the tribal police can go take care of it.
much money. It should track who's getting it by neighborhood, and it should pursue racial equity in the distribution of resources. There's been a lot of movement at the local level on this.
It should. It should be. It should be based on like historically black communities.
More. They did an equity analysis and found that they were spending 4 times as much money in majority white neighborhoods as in majority black ones. I think we're in this moment where people are waking up.
Reading Raisin in the Sun, senior year of high school, great book, and book. I don't want to read. Yeah, I remember reading that one. That was fucking awesome.
And I believe there is an ascending majority.
The fact there's still black, Hispanic, and white communities was with clear class disparities, yet people still don't realize the extreme environmental racism at play is wild. Well, that would require them to address systemic issues, perhaps. Oh, I gotta double check here.
That
Sorry.
wants something better than a separate, unequal nation that overinvests in some neighborhoods and disinvests and preys
3
upon
messages?
people in other neighborhoods. I'm hopeful, but you can never stop working for and organizing for the country you want. New generation's more radical and less tired than me. There's always another generation coming.
Damn. Also, we look through these books. Oh, don't look at that. Okay. These. Let's see. I gotta respond to a message real quick. Tonight or tomorrow. What is this? I have another message. Oh, thanks a lot. Okay, you're welcome. Notifications. All right. Sorry, I got a lot. The owner of the book that I'm reading is just checking it out, making sure we're okay. I'm okay. So that we're doing okay. We're solid. I gotta make sure I gotta start getting back to that though. Where are we? I know it's corny cliche, but unironically liquor stores on every corner thing in my neighborhood. There is one around the corner from me and 2 across the road and another block. With the supermarket and the corner store being turned into vape shops. It's wild. Yeah. No, that's the thing. It's fucking crazy. Like, it genuinely is one of those things that you really gotta address, you know? Because when you don't, you just end up we'll try this again. Black communities need funding. Black businesses need equitable treatment. Black The black dollar needs to stay in the black community to fund it because a lot of the time gets replaced with things like supermarkets or locally owned shops that need to also export their shipping intake. That's the word I'm looking for. Think that a person is screaming the N-word unless a person, wow, I just could not read that, screaming the N-word or acting violently against a black person, that they aren't racist because more subtle, casual forms of racism are just totally normal and accepted here. True. Mind you, my neighborhood is majority Muslims, so no one is really drinking here. Most people are from the suburbs, driving in an area to buy liquor. They don't just want the business to look bad on their block. Very true. Very true. Economic racism. Right there. Not environmental racism, but economic racism right there. Just an example of it. Where they go like, well, I don't want these people to look at it. All right. We are not going to the tale of mediocrity. I'm curious. I'm going to watch this on my own. Anyway, we're going to look into this real quick. Hopefully, we might be able to help. And then we're probably going to go play some Dragon Age for a little bit. We'll see what happens. So, family friends fear foul play in 2017 disappearance of Darian Hudson. Last seen near construction site in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Darian Hudson, 23, vanished from Stillwater, Oklahoma in 2017. On October 21st, she made plans with her mother to move back home in Wichita, Kansas. I'm still processing JEJ. What? Anyway. But a few days later, she was gone. In December, police were alerted to a man attempting to use her debit card in Oklahoma City. Oh, James Earl Jones? Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I feel bad. I do. I like James Earl Jones. She was the same as me when she disappeared. And this happened in my backyard at the time. Oh, same age as me. Okay. Fucking young children. Sorry, on a TOR, and it's the main topic on DK. I'm sorry, Dar. I just, I don't know what to do in this case. I like James Earl Jones, I just don't know what to do. The Old Republic. Oh. That all means nothing to me. I'm sorry. That all means absolutely nothing to me. Oh, and I heard that he wasn't doing great last. So, yep. Like, at least he's not suffering anymore. That's the big thing. I know what the Old Republic is. I just don't know anything else about it, alright? I only played it a little bit. Anyway, let's keep reading this. Police were alerted to a man attempting to use her debit card in Oklahoma City. Who just randomly had her wallet after she disappeared, just believed him when he said he found it and didn't press any further deeper? Oh, that's sussy as fuck. Alright. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Dar. Let's see. Witnesses told police that they had seen Darren in the wooded area walking towards Country Club Drive and McElroy on October 26, 2017. It's the last known sighting of Darian. The Stillwater Police Department in Oklahoma is investigating. So she was walking towards the country club. And this was in Oklahoma? That's Nebraska. We want Oklahoma. I don't know where. This is tough. Because there's Country Club Drive. But I don't know if this is the right one. Maybe McElroy. Stillwater. That's what I'm looking for. So she's on this one. She was here. Unless there's another one. No, same one. Walking towards McElroy? They were black in Oklahoma on a country called Country Road? Yeah. But where's McElroy? McElroy Road. Those are nowhere near related. What the fuck? Oh, wait. McElroy goes all the way through. Okay. McElroy goes all the way through. So all the way through. Nobody saw this. There's a Catholic church in Stillwater that was still under construction when she vanished. She was seen near the site. So this is where she's walking towards here. Where's Country Club Drive? Where was it? Kind of need it. I understand. And it was Country Club Drive. DR. So she's walking up here to get to McElroy's, which is like right there. Something about that. Yeah, so she was walking this way. Why was she walking from here to make... So she was probably... That's a long walk. That's a long walk. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll check it, or I'll get to it in a minute. To go from here all the way up to McElroy Drive? Oh, and here's the church. Here's the church you mentioned. Well, she might have been on this road. She might have been on North Country Club Road. It doesn't say here. Darian Hutton had a dazzling smile that never failed to brighten someone's day. If you were having a bad day, Darian would change that. Her mother, Stephanie Hudson, told Dateline. She would just flash a smile at her or say something funny. She had this big heart, and it shone through her smile. And, well, she is the light of our lives. But the light dimmed in October 2017 when Daria vanished from Stillwater, Oklahoma. She was 23 years old at the time. One day, she talked about walking back home, making plans for nursing school, and the next she's gone. Stephanie said tearfully. It doesn't make any sense. Where is she? It's a question Darian's family and friends have been asking for years. Stephanie, along with some of Darian's close friends, have committed to posting photos or videos of Daria on social media every day in an effort to find her story, keep her story alive. I can't see anything because she's still missing. Her phone's left behind and all the lights were on? I don't know where her apartment was, but there's something sussy about this. Not that it hasn't finished, but like so far, it's been pretty sussy. Oops. We're gonna do Forgotten History later. I'm pretty sure they're just reading Wikipedia again. Every single day, Stephanie said, I never miss her a day. She's not going away. Her story isn't going away. Was living in Stillwater, Oklahoma, worked as server in Chili's a few hours away from her hometown of Hutton, Kansas. She'd been in the state for several years, played softball while attending Langston University. She went through a rough time in the last year, leading her to disappearance as she suffered a miscarriage, a breakup with a boyfriend, and the death of her beloved dog, Zig. $500 block of... Okay. That's where her apartment was? Let's try again. Okay, so this is where her apartment was. I'm trying to get a measure of where these streets are. That's Lakeview. McElroy, right here. So she's there. Her apartment's there. But if we follow McElroy through, we have that church. So she made, that was a long distance to move. She went through a rough time in the death of her beloved dog Zig, but always determined to bounce back. Darian enrolled in nursing classes and decided to move back home to save money. On October 21st, 2007, she called her mom in Huntington to tell her the plan. She had gone through a rough time, but she was excited about nursing school and coming home to be with her family. We made plans to come get her that weekend. But a few days later, Stephanie got the word that Darian was missing. My phone was blowing up with calls and texts from her friends. No one could find her, and she wasn't showing up for work. Darian's family drove to Stillwater the next day and went straight to the Stillwater police to file a missing persons report. Stephanie said that they were told by the police they had to wait 48 hours, so they started to canvass her neighborhood and talk to her friends. Stephanie told Dateline the door to Darian's duplex was open. A light was on, and the dishes were in the sink. After 48 hours, the Stillwater police opened an investigation. Family members, friends, co-workers, and neighbors were interviewed, but it wasn't until December that they got a lead. According to Detective Mary Kellenson, someone attempted to use Daria's debit card in early December 2017 at a hotel in Oklahoma City, which alerted police. The man told the police that he took the card from a purse that he found sitting on top of a concrete sewage container at a construction site he was working at in Stillwater back in October. And that's the church we saw. Oh fuck, what's that church name again? St. Francis, there we go. But then we discovered it was the west. I'm pretty sure. No, it was not west. I lied. But we know about that church on McElroy. This one. So she was seen walking along this road. Okay. We're not going to solve it, but it is, we're not going to solve it, but it's worth looking into. But I'm getting some inklings already. Stephanie told Dateline that okay, we just saw that. At the time, St. Francis Cemetery was under construction at McElroy and Country Club Road, just known as Stillwater. Police went to the site and spoke to multiple workers who remembered seeing a woman in the area on October 26, 2017. They said the woman who matched our description was in the wooded area south of the site. So he was just here? Somewhere? Or over here? I'm assuming here if they saw her. Wait. They saw her the night she disappeared? Police went inside with more workers. This is a woman who matched her was in the wooded area, so one worker told the police the woman had a blank stare and did not engage with anybody. A man who lived on the property adjoining the church told the police that they saw Darian later that day with his grandchild. He saw Darian later that day talking with his grandchild? So this dude right here? Why was she over here? Or like right here? Why would she be over here talking to this dude's grandchild? Probably. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. She's here for sure. According to Detective Kellenson, the man stayed his grandson off the school bus and saw a female matching Darie's description come out of the creek, through his electrified fence, onto his property, and walk up to his grandchild. So she came through here? Being off is weird too? Well, I think we know why. If she was seen around here, and this dude saw her, and she came up from over here, I'm thinking, I don't think this dude did anything, but I'm starting to think either the construction crew here was involved, or, because if it was just found here and the cops didn't do anything, I'm starting to think it was a police officer. By the time the man got to his grandchild, Darian was gone. He said that Darian was heading north to McElroy and then west towards Country Club. This is the last known sighting of her. Stillwater police brought in drones and cadaver dogs to search the area. Darian's sweatshirt and wallet were found, but there was no trace of Darian. In the years since, there's been no other sighting, no activity on her social media or bank accounts, and no substantial update in her case. It's not like her at all. She was a social media queen, Stephanie said with a small laugh, and always had her phone, always. Didn't make sense for her to be going somewhere without it. Darian's mother had several of her friends continue to hope and pray she be found safe, but are fearful that foul play was involved in her disappearance. Cameron Nicholson. No, there's no way she's still alive, unfortunately. What'd you say to the kid? Do they know? There's no comment on it. Cameron Nicholson used to say play softball. Darian Lund, 2%. She was my girl. Oh, they're everything together, the good, the bad. Darian, Cameron were part of the group of friends who all played softball and stayed close. Cameron isn't Darian's only friend who feels this way. Odessi Hill, who's been friends with Darian since 7th grade. Detective Kellison. Hang on. We're not her friends aren't involved. Her friends won't be involved in any of this. Someone knows what happens to her who did this, Odessa said. Odessa added that she hopes the police will take a closer look at the case. People will find her. Okay. All right. Police need to retrace your steps and start all over. She said a lot of people are angry and sad, and we're waiting 4 years for answers, and that's 4 years too long. Detective Kellison told Dateline that we acknowledge that foul play could have played a part in Darian's disappearance. However, we have no evidence to suggest that foul play is it any more a factor than any of the possibilities for disappearance. Her phone was left at home. Her door was opened. They found her sweater and her wallet, and some rando was trying to use her card. That's all signs of foul play. There may not have been any signs of violence in her duplex. That's possible. But hear me out. What if someone, I'm not saying someone she knew, because it could be the ex. Let's be honest. It could be her ex. They probably never talked to the ex at all. Because men are fucking crazy. But could be, we'll just say ex, for example, or someone that she knew personally. Was going to come by with no cameras. Yeah. So I'm thinking either the ex or a Oklahoman or Stillwater police were involved. Because there's no way you would leave your phone out or at home if you're going out for a jog or anything. So hear me out. What if someone knocked on her door that she knew? Or that had a sense of comfort, or maybe not comfort, but like where she felt she could just open the door and go, hey, what the hell's going on? And they grabbed her. They just fucking yoinked her. And they brought her to this construction site. Or over here. Because the grandfather said that she came out of this area. Like she came from the creek, which runs through the forest. They found someone trying to use her credit card, then that guy would have been in jail? Yeah. Hell no, you don't leave your phone. Exactly. Leaving the phone and the lights on and just taking off on foot through the city makes it sound like she was fucking terrified of something. Exactly. Exactly. Well, this is a creek. This is the creek, actually. So she must have been seen down here. But where... Is there a house here? What is this? That's not a house. So if she just taken off down the road, she was trying to get away from something. I think the person that killed her went to her home and left that stuff there, so it wouldn't have been at the place where she was taken. This is why I'm thinking that like it was someone that she was either comfortable with or someone who went, hey, I just need to talk to you real quick. Maybe she was drugged? Yeah, I'm thinking she was drugged. Like, I'm looking at this. There's a creek right here. There's a creek right here. And there's a creek right here. There's not a creek over here, though. This is a big body of water. So, she spoke to somebody over here. Yeah. That and like a trauma response. Could have been that or a trauma response, honestly. Said that Darian's case is open and active, and anyone with information is encouraged to call Stillwater PD or the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigations. He added that they remain committed to following up on any information that may surface. Guy said she came through an electrical fence for livestock too. Yeah. And why were some of her clothes off? Ugh, we know the answer to that. The detective also collaborated with the Oklahoma State Department of Investigation cold case unit to feature Darian's case on a cold case playing card. The cards are distributed to area jails and prisons in hope that an inmate with information would come forward. Holy shit, 106 gigabytes of space? Give me a sec. Need to clean up my computer a little bit. Her friend Darian manages the department's only outstanding missing persons case. Oh yeah, woman of color, for sure. For sure. Her friends from the college day told Dateline that she continued to share Darian's story as long as it takes. There are people in Oklahoma who haven't heard of her story. I was shocked, so I kept sharing it. Okay, Jalen remembers Darian as being a little friend. What was the issue? What mission? October 21st, 2017. Can you stop? There are people. She didn't just disappear. There are so many unanswered questions, so many emotions, but we'll never give up looking for her. Every day that Darian's missing, another day of her heartache. Understandably. I believe she's still out there. I mean, yeah, kind of. She's still out there. For now, she continues to stay strong for Darian's brother and sister. We're coming to 4 years now. Now 7. 5'3", 112 pounds with black hair and brown eyes. She has a tattoo of a feather and 5 birds in the back with each bird and feather flocked together. Do we know who her ex is? Missing persons. Information. Oh, hang on. There's more videos.
Spent the past few days searching this wooded area off of Country Club Road in McElroy. They say during that search they found a few items belonging to
Cop didn't even want to take her missing persons report at first. Yeah.
Police say Darian Hudson has been missing since October 26th. She has not had any contact with family or friends. She hasn't shown up to work, and her social media accounts have gone inactive.
Yeah, this is out of the ordinary for her. She normally kept a lot of contact with her family and her close friends, her workplace.
According to police, Hudson was last seen sitting in the middle of the woods and walking towards the intersection of Country Club and McElroy. Police believe she may have been suffering from a mental health crisis. Construction
No.
workers in the
No
area
way.
tried to check on her.
No way.
Disconnected. She wouldn't interact with them. She just would not have any interaction whenever they asked her if she was okay.
Recovery dogs searched the area on Monday and found Hudson's jacket and wallet. But now police have no idea where the 23-year-old is. They say she was last seen wearing blue jeans and a white t-shirt. They're asking anyone with information to come forward. Reporting from Stillwater, Zach Royale, KOCO 5 News.
Missing. Do we know who her ex is? Wait, she was sat in the woods for no reason according to this Reddit post and couldn't talk to anyone? Approached her? Ooh. Started rating on 6.9 days for the weather for the area. Okay, I mean, if you're in a state of a stress of assault, then yeah, exactly. It is a mental health crisis. Which was left behind. Duplex seems like an obvious theory that would be either suicide or mental health breakdown, leading to the perishing in the woodlands. No. Nope. Don't. They're already deflecting. She's been studying and left to get a snack, and that was it. She drove from Michigan to Georgia, then wandered to Illinois. Apparently, why are they deflecting to somebody else? Gives triggers, yeah. So the guy stole her credit card, which he randomly found at the construction site, and then dumped the wall in the woods after because of reasons, and her coat was also there. So he said he found it on the sewer, on like a sewer coverage, right? Weirdos, be fair. True. That's another detail that jumped out at me as cover up. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But like the clothes and the wallet being out in the wilderness, I can believe. What the fuck are these guys talking about? Without an obvious suspect, romantic partner? No, I'm this part here. Romantic partner is one thing that I'm very curious about, because they just broke up the previous year. Signs of kidnapping? She left her phone here. She left her phone and everything else at home. So that is a sign of kidnapping. But the wallet itself was later found in the woods. Yeah, that's a little weird. Not a huge area. After I made the above comment, I found some articles Opie had posted, but the article said the last time she was walking towards northwest, which is what I was surmising as being the only direction where she could disappear. I wish Opie had included the info. She got lost in the fields, some scattered trees over. These are not woods. She was hit by a car picked up by a hitchhiker by the sketchy people at the bar called Tumbleweed, that 2 mile... She somehow wandered to the pond or the creek. They're all just buying the suicide. Doesn't mean there wasn't. Doesn't mean there wasn't mental health. This person was smart. This is a good response. Just because there's no obvious sign of struggle, etc., doesn't mean it was mental health. Remember, there are a lot of unsolved murders that have no evident signs. The Innocent Man, which involved 2 separate murders. Okay. Well, I can't do that. Reporter, how they took, okay. That would have found a body? Yeah. Small town cop assholes. Everyone's going, oh yeah, she took her life in the woods. They would have found her. The cadaver dogs found her sweater and her wallet. Wait, what? Her Twitter account shows that she's still she was still tweeting on the 23rd and 24th, and then went silent after that, even though her work reported not showing up the 22nd. Hold on, what are her? Hang on. Hang on, I don't have Instagram, but I do have Twitter. She went missing on 26th. The article says, oh, okay, so yeah, she went missing on 26th, my bad. She would have found, yeah. Let me in. That's not my, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong account. Don't look at that one. Oh, oops. So she was still tweeting. Okay. So she didn't tweet for 2 days. Let me check weather again. Yeah, she didn't tweet for 2 days after this. What's up, Raptor? Hey, Reno Redhead. We're looking into a missing persons case. Well, that's her as a senior. Not her last tweet being dead AF. Hey, you Pop Metalhead, welcome in. There's almost nothing on it. Okay. Working theory. So, her door was left open. Obviously, she either left or she opened the door and someone snagged her with that. Like, there's no way you would leave all that stuff behind anyway. But I also have your wallet. But your wallet could be in your pants. Your wallet could be in your pants. She was found in a creek somewhere either right here or through here. Yeah, case hardly got any publicity. People are fucking weird. I'm reading over this. People are fucking weird. Blonde and white, yeah. But he said he took a card from the purse. Credit cards would have been in the wallet, so what that's all about. People can be shockingly reluctant to help other people. True. Plus, they approached her and see if she was okay, and they didn't get a confirmation she was, so their plan was, are you okay? No? Okay, just checking. To blend the stuff there. I don't know. There's something about that doesn't ring true to me. Like, unless, because they would need to know where she lived. Yeah, why go through all the trouble leaving half her stuff in the woods and plant the other half back home? I firmly believe the construction workers did something to her, and that man worked. I checked on her not once but twice, and the second time was a group of guys. She was last seen in the woods earlier, according to eyewitnesses, and seen her sitting on construction equipment. A group of those workers went to go check on her again after some guys already had. The man who used her card 6 weeks after she had been missing said he found on her person something. Missing someone with no cameras? I think the person wouldn't want to risk getting seen going to her apartment. Yeah. Yeah, half her stuff was found in the woods. Like her wallet and her sweater were found in the woods. Her purse was found at the construction site, and her phone was at home. I find it kind of weird the purse and wallet were not together. True. Same here. Especially since the construction worker tried to use her credit card, which would presumably be in her wallet. He said he found the card in her purse, but you think that it'd be in her wallet. Yep. That's why I'm thinking. Oh, not this one. That's why I'm thinking my working theory is either a cop or her ex, or I'm gonna lean more towards ex, because he would know where she lived. I'm assuming he may have approached her and went, "Hey, can we talk or something?" But there's been no reports of him stalking, and we have no name or anything to go with it. Wiley the person, the site, yeah. If a cop did it, then they would have used the guy with the card as an easy patsy, right? They never followed through with that guy. They went like, "Hey, why the fuck are you using the card?" "Oh, I found it." That's true. Who's to say she wasn't dating in a current sort of non-official thing? You're right. You are absolutely right. Because she's still fairly young. She's still fairly young. Not as related to cops. True, if that dude is related to cops, it's different. It does sound like a mental health issue. Why is everyone attributing it to mental health? She'd been abducted initially. She was seen wandering the area alone. Oh boy. Can also relate to breakdown. What's bothering me was how she might have died. Let's assume she walked away on her own accord. She was seen 4 days later. She was seen 4 days later. Full of stuff about dating and boyfriends, so it wouldn't be shocked if she was dating, but that was just a banter. No, I think that is. Why didn't they release the construction guy's info? I have no clue. That's sussy too. Why didn't they release the construction guy's info? That's real sus. That's a fraud attempt. Someone's saying that she was seen 4 days later. What if he was related to law enforcement? Wouldn't that would make them look bad? That would make them look bad. Even if he was being 100% honest, yeah. I'm wondering if the child with oh yeah, this is a big one too. I know you're not going to release children's names, but you can release what was said between Darian and a child. Because we have no idea what this conversation was about. Who undergo miscarriage tend to suffer long-term mental illness and disorders resulting from experience. My guess was that Fraser about miscarriage mental has been rubbed people the wrong way. You may not mean it that way, but it's come across. Most women have miscarriages of undiagnosed mental health. Okay, that's fair. Oh, now they're arguing about miscarriages. So she was sitting on construction equipment on the evening of October 22nd or 26th, which is when she disappeared. Why is he not being charged with credit card? Because that would require the police to actually do something. That makes me think that guy is related to law enforcement. Honestly. If they don't do anything about it, that makes me think that it's related to law enforcement, or someone's like, oh yeah, this person's missing, so whatever. It doesn't matter. No harm done. People are saying she showed up 4 days after her initial appearance. But I'm not seeing anything like that. Also, to be fair, when you admit to a crime to help solve a case, you can get certain benefits. Yeah, it's true. likely by suicide. I don't think she died by suicide. Her work and friends did report her. Yeah. No new information. It's too weird not to be. This is not a mental. No. I'm arguing with this immediately. There's no proof that there is that this is mental health related. Something happened to her out here, and she found herself fucking stuck. Is even more sus? Yeah, a little bit. Like, the police started the story with it being mental health, but there's not enough evidence for that. Like, there's nothing on her. What the fuck? What the shit's going on over there? There's not enough evidence for that on her Twitter or anything, because it's all about, like, love and relationships and all that. Be dead. There's a huge Oh, yeah, it's true. I hope she's dead. If that's the case, Daydream Beyond, I hope she's unalived. That's sad. Damn. Damn. It could very well be. I'm honestly hoping that it's nothing like that. I'm hoping it's very yeah, I don't think she left the construction site at all. I don't think she left the construction site or right around that area at all, because it would make no sense. I can't find anything else on it because it's underreported. Even looking through her Twitter, I'm not seeing anything. She's probably under the church, yeah. That's what I'm agreeing. That's what I'm thinking. She might be under the church. Especially if her stuff was found right around there. That's unfortunate. Which one is all that? Yeah, no, I agree with you, RJP. I agree with you. Like, I genuinely am agreeing with RJP, and I think it's one of three possibilities in my mind. Either her ex came back, no information. The current guy she's dating came back, very possible. Or it was police. It was a cop. But at one point when she was younger, she was been oh, wow, holy shit. Jesus, Daydream Beyond. I'm super into true crime stuff, but this case has been stuck in me really hard for some reason. I don't know if it's just because of how close it is. I think it's how close it is. Covering things up and getting away with shit, it's wild. It sounds wild. Fuck, man. But those are my leading theories right now, based on the very little amount of information that we got. Which was she got abducted from her home by one of three groups, which may be very, very much so like either a cop, her current boyfriend, or her ex. That's kind of what I'm thinking. We doing dishes? Yeah, she was dragged out. Yeah. Yep. That's what I'm thinking. I just don't know by who. There's not enough information. Like, I have no clue what if her ex, it could. I'm leaning towards ex or cop, honestly, because men are fucking crazy sometimes. I'm late for 420. Shit. Yeah, you should be feeling bad. But she was dragged out. Damn. That's wild. Like, she was the same age as me in the same area as me, just disappeared one day and no one gives a fuck. Yeah. That sits with you. That shit sits with you all the time. Or can sit with you. Because, like, same age, same area. Fuck. Jesus Christ. Yeah. I'm trying to find what I can, but I can't find anything. Like, I can't find anything on her ex or anything. That's why I'm stuck between those three options. She was clearly dragged out of her house. At the restaurant she worked at a few times, I don't remember seeing her, but like, what if she was my waitress or something once? It can happen. At Chili's? Absolutely can happen. Like, fuck, man. Yeah, my working theory is that someone that she knew or someone asked to talk with her at her house, at her duplex, dragged her out. And she was and bank cards were in the Woody area along with a sweater, but he just randomly found a purse with a card and a sewage pipe near the church. Bizarre. I don't think that guy may have done it. It's entirely possible. But the fact they didn't even arrest him for, like, card theft or credit card theft or debit card theft makes me think that he's related to the police somehow. Either, like, his brother's a cop or something that's in a small town. More than likely. And they didn't even question him. Like, he's like, oh yeah, my cousin's in the police. I asked him or some shit. Or like, the person was like, hey man, why are you in jail? Or something. Something like that. I decided to hyperfixate on this case for some reason. That's why I'm trying to give you, like, a reasonable explanation. It's not going to solve how you feel about it, right? But in my mind, it makes sense for it to either be an ex, her current boyfriend, or a cop. Because those construction workers had no idea who she was. So they couldn't pick her up and they couldn't grab her. They probably also just left her to her own because she was out of the way. And they were like, well, fuck. She might not be doing okay. Whatever. Took the camera at her complex. I don't think they had cameras over there. In Stillwater? In 2017? I don't think they had cameras. We don't have cameras in my place. Also not shocked there's more witnesses because I don't be paying attention to that either. Yeah, no, it's fair. That's fair. But no, that's what not sure, even never been to that area specifically. I'm just saying, from like my perspective, even my apartment complex does not have cameras around the apartment complex. They have cameras on like the leasing office, and that's it. So there's that. But those are my working theories. I can keep looking like I am now, but I don't think I'm gonna find anything. I zoned out. What did I miss? We were just covering true crime stuff. We got a somewhat working theory as to what could have potentially happened to her. But with no names, nothing else to research, I can't do much. Well, that's why it's so easy for Indigenous women to go missing, because reservations are similar to small towns where people know, yeah, true. Did I hear Stillwater? As in Stillwater, okay, yeah. Oklahoma? Yep. Bro, that's a college town? Yeah. We're talking about the Darian Hudson case. I have not. Oh yeah, we're just covering it. A 23-year-old woman went missing. She was found in, or last time she was spotted right around that new church being built. But that's it. Even heard about it, yeah. Which is why I'm thinking it was, which is why I'm even considering the fact that it may have been a cop. Because no one's heard about it. There's been nothing else about it since 2017. Like, her card was used 6 months later by just like a dude or a relative of a cop. Yeah. Or a relative of a cop. It makes sense. Literally only posted it yesterday, yeah. That's why I'm imagining it. And unfortunately it did. Yeah, someone really needed to go quiet. Because there's so much shit now tied to it. And people were asking questions. That's why I'm even considering it's either a cop or a relative to a cop. As 1 month. Oh, 1 month later? I mean, sorry, I probably meant 6 weeks later, but that's fine. 1 month later? Yeah, they absolutely needed that to go silent. Like, there's no way that you wouldn't be, you wouldn't be arrested for, like, card theft. She shouldn't be forgotten? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But we also understand that she's probably beneath that church right now. One way or another. Was literally anyone interrogated besides a casual interview with the witnesses? It doesn't seem like it. It does not seem like it. And the cops are going, oh yeah, it's mental illness. It's mental illness. Like, this dude is saying that it was all mental illness, and it shows sign of mental illness, even though she herself was showing no signs of mental despair or emotional despair. Damn, man, damn. Going mobile, heading to work? No worries, Shauna. No worries. Damn, man. I gotta check my email. Why bother? She wasn't even white or anything. Yeah, that's the big thing. That's why I'm thinking that she, that someone hit it. That's why I'm thinking someone hit it. Oh, I got an activity. Okay. Okay. Fuck, man. How do I transition this into us playing fucking Dragon Age. God damn. Might be incompetence. It could be incompetence. I'll admit this. There could be a level of incompetence there. But there's something that doesn't seem right about it. The whole case stinks. And huge indifference could definitely be it too. The ignoring femicide of black women, yeah, that's very true. Was probably being black in Oklahoma on a road with country club in the name. Yeah, I mean it was just a road though. Country Club Drive was literally just a road. There was no country club on there. It's just racism, yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking, but I don't... That's not it. And it was West, by the way. One thing that really strikes me is that it was one of these two. But she was found all the way up here. And they said she was walking up Country Club Road. Country Club Drive. Like, it was probably this one. So that might have happened somewhere around here. Our little more developed now. That's fine. Just because she lived all the way over here. Lived all the way over here and somehow ended up over here. This is why I'm thinking someone approached her house and she got dragged out. No one interviewed her neighbors or anything. Like nothing. No one talked to the neighbors or anything right around here. To dig up the church? I mean, I would say do it, but it's fucked, man. Proper public transit. Yeah, heaps of neighbors too, yeah. And none of them said anything? None of them went like, oh yeah, some fucked shit happened the other day. None of them know or knew. What the fuck? Oh, I had to probably close my window or some shit. That's frustrating, man. That's real frustrating. Like, how are you supposed to live in this world? Knowing that if you're a woman of color, you'll just get no one cares what happens to you. There's ways to do, I don't know if it's LiDAR or radar or something. Like, you can search for voids, like in concrete and in the ground and shit. It's also Cadaver really fucking good at what they do, yeah. She's planning to move away too. Wouldn't be shocked if it was an ex. That's what I'm saying. Like, it could be her ex. And her ex could be related to cops, which is why they're covering it up. You can use ultrasound or surface scans. You really could. It's super shady that she ended up all the way fucking... Where was it? Not there. I lost it. It's super shady that she ended up at that goddamn church, which I lost already. Is it over here? Where the fuck is that church? There we go. It's super shady. She ended up somewhere around here. Prisoners were still just a couple hours after the last time she was seen. They missed her. Yeah. Was it visiting her explicitly? Because if she was waiting for a ride, that would be weird. No, they were coming up. They came up when they couldn't reach her the next day. When they couldn't reach her the next day, they came up to Stillwater and went like, hey, my daughter's fucking missing. And the cops went, you gotta wait 48 hours. Sorry. Which is also real fucking shady. F? Are we effing? Are we effing? Or just me. I think it might just be you, but I don't know. Are we effing? Oh, we did F. Why? Oh no. I'm not seeing anything on my side, unfortunately. Is my internet still going? My internet's still rocking.